Hello everyone, I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The Dark Legacy. Chapter 1. The First Body. The early morning fog in the small town of Lost Valley seemed almost alive, crawling through the narrow cobblestone streets like a suffocating veil. The first light of dawn struggled to pierce the thick gray haze, casting long, jagged shadows over the dilapidated homes that lined the edges of the town. The scent of decay hung in the air, a mix of damp earth and something far more unsettling. It was as if the entire village was holding its breath, waiting for something that had already been set into motion. Inspector Samuel Cortez stepped out of his car, the tires screeching faintly against the gravel road, cutting through the oppressive silence. His boots crunched on the gravel as he approached the small crowd of local police officers gathered near a worn-down shed at the edge of the village. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide, filled with an unspoken fear that Cortez could already sense even before he saw the body. The crime scene had been isolated, but the tension in the air was so thick it felt as though the town itself was holding a collective secret. Cortez felt the weight of it as he moved forward, his hand instinctively brushing against the cold metal of his gun holster, a subconscious habit. The body was that of a young woman, no older than 25. She lay in a pool of blood, but there was no sign of violence that would explain her death. What struck Cortez first, before anything else, was the expression on her face. It wasn't the look of someone who had been murdered. It was as if she had fallen into a deep sleep, untouched by the chaos of the world. Her pale lips were slightly parted, her hands folded neatly over her chest, as if she had been laid to rest in a delicate, almost ritualistic manner. But beneath that serene exterior there was a darkness, a strange, inexplicable aura around her. Upon closer inspection, Cortez noted something that didn't fit with a natural death. Her eyes were wide open, staring blankly into the void, but they didn't seem to focus on anything in the physical world. It was as though her consciousness was trapped somewhere else, in another reality entirely. The blood around her body had a strange consistency, dark and thick, more like tar than anything organic. As he crouched down for a closer look, he saw something else small, deliberate markings scratched into her neck, almost as if someone had taken their time carving symbols into her skin. They weren't random, they were too precise, ritualistic. One of the officers, trembling, leaned in close and whispered, "She was one of the missing." A local girl, Eleanor. She disappeared last week. But this isn't like anything we've ever seen before. Cortez didn't respond at first. He had seen his fair share of strange deaths over his years as an inspector. But this felt different. The air was thick with something unexplainable, something that gnawed at the edge of his sanity. The fog rolled in heavier, almost as if it were pushing them closer to the scene, to the answers they didn't yet understand. Cortez rose to his feet, his mind already turning. The girl's death was just the beginning. He could feel it. Deep in his bones there was something wrong with this place. Something ancient, something that had been hidden, buried deep in the past, was now beginning to rise again. The officers seemed frozen, afraid to disturb the corpse too much. They were waiting for someone to tell them what to do next, as if the air around them had stolen their voices. Cortez stepped forward, ignoring the uneasy feeling that crept up his spine. He knelt by the body, taking in every detail, the strange markings on her neck, the unnatural stillness of her body. "Check the buildings around here," he ordered curtly. "Look for anything that might tell us who did this. And no one touches the body until the coroner gets here." As the officers scattered to follow his orders, Cortez stayed behind, unable to pull his eyes away from the girl. Her stillness, her unnatural calm, haunted him. And then, just as he was about to stand, something strange happened. The air grew colder, unnaturally so. His breath fogged in front of him, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw movement in the fog, a shadow darting between the trees just beyond the shed. It was quick, almost imperceptible, but it sent a shiver down his spine. Cortez squinted into the mist, but whatever it was had already vanished. He shook his head, trying to dismiss the sensation. Get a grip, he muttered to himself. But deep inside, he knew this case would be like none he had faced before. This wasn't just a murder. This was something far darker, far more twisted. And it had begun in Lost Valley. As the coroner arrived and the team began to collect evidence, Cortez felt an overwhelming compulsion to learn more about this place. He needed to understand the town's history, its people, and most importantly, the abandoned asylum that stood high in the mountains just outside the village. Something about that place was calling to him, pulling him closer to the dark secrets it hid. But he knew he wasn't ready. Not yet. Chapter 2. Echoes of the Past. The town of Lost Valley wasn't much different from the hundreds of other small villages that dotted the mountain ranges, forgotten by time, forgotten by the world. But there was something that lingered here, a sense of unease, an unspoken tension that seemed to settle in the bones of the land. As Cortez walked through the narrow, crumbling streets, he felt the weight of history pressing down on him. The death of Eleanor wasn't an isolated incident. It was a symptom of something far older, something far more insidious that had remained hidden for decades. The first stop on his investigation was the town's small, nearly forgotten library. A dusty, old building at the far end of the village. It was filled with musty books and long-forgotten records. Cortez knew that if he was going to uncover any answers about the strange occurrences in Lost Valley, he would have to dig into its past, especially the abandoned asylum perched on the edge of the mountains. The place had been shut down nearly 30 years ago, but no one ever spoke of it. The town's residents seemed eager to forget the horrors that had taken place there, but Cortez wasn't one to shy away from uncomfortable truths. Inside the library, the air was thick with the scent of old paper. The walls were lined with rows upon rows of books, most of which had never been opened in years. Cortez approached the front desk where an elderly woman sat, her eyes clouded with age and weariness. Her hands trembled slightly as she adjusted her glasses and looked up at him. "Can I help you, sir?" she asked in a voice as brittle as the pages surrounding her. "I'm looking for anything on the old asylum," Cortez replied, his voice low. The woman's eyes flickered with a shadow of recognition before she quickly turned away, rummaging through the stacks of dusty folders beneath the counter. "You won't find much on it here," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "People don't like to talk about it, not even the police." Cortez raised an eyebrow. "What happened there?" he pressed, his curiosity piqued. She hesitated for a moment before leaning in closer, her voice trembling. "Dr. Ignacio Vega," she said, her words heavy with disdain. "He was the one who ran the place, a man obsessed with the mind, with breaking it and rebuilding it. He thought he could cure madness, but in truth, he only created more." Her eyes darted nervously around the room as if she feared someone might be listening. After the incident, the asylum was closed down, but the people who were there, the things they saw... She shook her head, shuddering. "I don't know if anyone truly left that place sane." Cortez frowned. Dr. Ignacio Vega. He had heard the name before in passing, but never with this much emotion attached to it. "Where can I find more records about the asylum?" he asked, not wanting to waste time on further cryptic warnings. The librarian's hand shook as she handed him a folder filled with old newspaper clippings and faded documents. "These should tell you what you need to know," she said quietly. "But be careful, Inspector. Some things are better left buried." As Cortez flipped through the yellowed pages, the story of Dr. Vega began to unfold, a story that seemed to be written in the language of madness itself. Dr. Vega had been a prominent psychiatrist in the late 1950s, known for his experimental techniques in treating mental illness. He had a particular fascination with memory and perception, often using controversial methods such as sensory deprivation, isolation, and even hypnosis. But as time passed, his experiments grew more invasive, more dangerous. His obsession with the mind began to overshadow any sense of morality. Some of his patients had vanished without a trace, while others were left mentally shattered, their minds irreparably broken. But what stood out the most was the mention of a series of unsolved deaths linked to the asylum. The deaths were never officially tied to Vega, but whispers among the few remaining staff and former patients suggested that he had been conducting dangerous experiments on the human psyche, attempts to push the limits of what the mind could endure. It was as though he had wanted to unlock something hidden deep within the brain, something dark and primal. And when the asylum was finally shut down after a mysterious fire that killed several of its patients, the files were sealed, and the truth was buried along with it. Cortez paused for a moment, letting the weight of the documents sink in. There was no doubt in his mind now. Doctor. Vega's legacy wasn't just a historical footnote. It was alive, lurking somewhere in the shadows of Lost Valley, waiting to resurface. The connection to Eleanor's death was becoming clearer, though the details were still elusive. She was a missing person, only to be found in a state that defied reason. And there had to be more victims, more signs of something far worse than a simple murder. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and the room seemed to grow colder. Cortez felt as though he were being watched. He looked up from the papers and saw through the dusty window the looming silhouette of the abandoned asylum in the distance. It was perched high in the mountains, a decaying relic of a forgotten time. The fog that had rolled into the town now seemed to swirl around the building, as if the place itself was calling him. Cortez quickly gathered the documents and thanked the librarian before making his way back to his car. He couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in his gut. Something was waiting for him at the asylum. But he knew one thing for certain. He wasn't ready. Not yet. He had to gather more evidence, learn more about the victims, and try to piece together the puzzle before he ventured into that forsaken place. But the closer he got to the truth, the clearer it became. The asylum wasn't just a physical location. It was a memory, a nightmare that had never truly been buried. As Cortez drove back through the winding roads of the village, the fog thickening around him, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being drawn deeper into the darkness. And the deeper he went, the less likely he was to return unscathed. Chapter 3. The Broken Mind. The sun had barely risen when Cortez returned to the small, run-down station in the heart of Lost Valley. The investigation had already begun to take a toll on him. The weight of the case, combined with the mounting questions and the growing feeling of dread, gnawed at his resolve. The deeper he dug, the more distorted and fragmented the story became, like a shattered mirror reflecting glimpses of something monstrous lurking just beyond his understanding. Cortez felt the crushing pressure of time, as if the very air around him was thickening, closing in, suffocating him. Inside the station, the atmosphere was tense. The few officers who had been assigned to the case were now visibly uneasy, their faces taut with exhaustion. It was as if the town itself was playing tricks on their minds. The strange events, the inexplicable murders, had set a shadow over everyone. But it wasn't just fear, it was something worse. Something that eroded the mind, gnawing at the very fabric of their perception. And Cortez could feel it. creeping under his skin like a slow, insidious poison. His first task of the day was to speak with the surviving witnesses, those who had been in close proximity to the first murder. They were few, but their testimonies were crucial. One by one they were brought into the interrogation room, their eyes hollow, their voices shaky. The first witness was a man named Javier, a local farmer who had been the one to discover Eleanor's body the previous morning. Cortez studied him carefully as he sat down, the lines of fear and confusion etched deeply on his face. I don't know what I saw," Javier stammered, his voice cracking under the weight of the memory. "I was walking home from the bar when I found her. But something was off. The air felt wrong, cold, like it was alive. And when I saw her lying there..." He hesitated, swallowing hard. "She wasn't right. Her face, it was like she was sleeping, but not. Her eyes, they were open, but they didn't look like eyes. They looked like mirrors, reflecting something that wasn't there." Cortez listened intently, his eyes narrowing. The description struck him as odd, but not entirely unfamiliar. He had heard of cases like this before, witnesses seeing things that weren't quite real, as if their perception of reality had been altered. "And did you notice anything else? Anything unusual in the surroundings?" Cortez asked, leaning forward. Javier shook his head slowly. "It was just her. But the moment I touched her, I felt it. The cold, the wrongness." His voice trailed off, and for a moment, Cortez thought he saw something flash in the man's eyes, a flicker of terror, like a memory he didn't want to relive. Cortez moved on to the next witness, a woman named Clara, an older resident of the village who had known Eleanor when she was a child. She had been one of the last people to see her alive. Clara was seated across from Cortez, her hands trembling as she clutched a shawl around her shoulders. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if she hadn't slept in days, and her words came out in a strained whisper. "I saw her," Clara said quietly, "just before she disappeared. Eleanor was different. She came to me for help, but she wasn't the same girl I remembered. Her eyes, they weren't hers anymore. They were dark, like they were hollow. She spoke to me, but her voice, it didn't sound like her voice. It was like someone else was inside her, whispering through her lips." Cortez leaned in, his interest piqued. "What did she say to you?" Clara's eyes darted nervously, as if afraid to speak the words aloud. "She said she could hear them, the voices, from the mountains. She said they were calling her. She said she had to go, to find the truth." Clara's gaze flickered to the window, as though the mere mention of the mountains sent a shiver through her. "But I told her not to go. I begged her to stay, but she wouldn't listen." The inspector fell silent for a moment, reflecting on Clara's testimony. The voices from the mountains? Was she referring to the abandoned asylum? Or was there something else? Cortez had no answers, but one thing was clear. Whatever had happened to Eleanor, it was tied to something far older, something buried deep within Lost Valley, something that had been waiting to resurface. The next witness was a man named Luis, a former patient at the asylum, who had been one of the last to be treated by Dr. Vega before the place was shut down. He had been released years ago, though his mind never truly recovered from his stay. Luis was now a shadow of the man he once was, broken, fragmented, his memories shattered into pieces that he could no longer put back together. But he was still lucid enough to speak, albeit in disjointed sentences that seemed to echo in Cortez's mind like fragments of a nightmare. "I remember it," Luis muttered, his eyes wide with a distant fear. "I remember them voices in the walls. They told me things, told me I was special, that I could see beyond the veil. Dr. Vega, he was..." He was trying to open my mind, to make me see the truth. But what he showed us, what he did to us, it broke us. We couldn't go back after that. None of us could. Cortez leaned forward, his heart pounding. What do you mean? What did Vega show you? What happened in that place? Luis's eyes widened, as though he was seeing something that wasn't there. They came to us. They weren't human, not really. They were something else, something from the other side of reality. They whispered things, terrible things. Dr. Vega. He thought he could. Control them, control the madness, but he was wrong. He unleashed something. Luis's voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible. He opened a door, and now it's coming back. It's too late. Cortez felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Luis's words were incoherent, yet there was a deep, disturbing truth to them. Something had been awakened. The asylum, Dr. Vega's experiments, none of it had been just science. It was far darker than that. The madness wasn't merely a byproduct of human error. It had been the goal all along. And now it was spilling out into the world once again. Leaving Luis's testimony behind, Cortez stood up slowly, his mind racing. He had to find the asylum. He had to understand what had happened there, what Dr. Vega had unleashed. The people of Lost Valley were no longer safe. But there was something else. Eleanor, the first victim. What had drawn her to the mountains? Had she been marked, like Luis and the others? Had she heard the voices too? The inspector made his way out of the station, the air outside colder than before, the fog swirling with an unnatural stillness. The pieces were starting to come together, but with each revelation, the path forward seemed more dangerous. Cortez couldn't shake the feeling that his own sanity was beginning to fray at the edges, like a loose thread ready to unravel completely. He had to stop whatever was happening. But the deeper he dug, the harder it became to tell where reality ended and the madness began. Chapter 4. A Psychiatrist's Fall. Cortez spent the rest of the day in the dim light of his office, piecing together the fragments of information he had gathered so far. His mind was a storm of thoughts, each one more unsettling than the last. The testimony of the witnesses had confirmed his worst fears. Something truly unnatural was at play in Lost Valley, and it was tied to the asylum. The more he read about Dr. Ignacio Vega, the more a chilling picture began to form. Vega wasn't just a man of science. He was a man consumed by his own delusions, his ambitions running far darker than any rational mind could comprehend. Dr. Vega had arrived in Lost Valley in the late 1940s, a young and ambitious psychiatrist eager to make a name for himself in the field of mental health. The asylum, known as Sanatorio del Valle, was a decaying institution when he first took charge, its patients mostly forgotten by society. It had been established decades earlier, but under Dr. Vega's leadership, it was given new life. He promised breakthroughs in psychiatric care, claiming he could cure the deepest forms of madness by manipulating the mind itself, by controlling the very foundation of thought and perception. Cortez reviewed the papers again, his eyes scanning over Vega's early work. At first, it seemed harmless enough studies on memory, perception, and the treatment of disorders like schizophrenia and paranoia. But as time passed, Vega's methods began to shift. His fascination with the boundaries of the human mind grew obsessive. He became fixated on the idea that certain individuals were chosen individuals with minds that could transcend the ordinary limits of reality, capable of experiencing truths that no one else could see. He believed he could unlock these abilities, that with the right techniques, he could force the mind to reach the hidden layers of consciousness, places where higher truths resided. By the mid-1950s, the asylum's patients had become little more than subjects in a grand experiment. Cortez could see the pattern emerging: the forced isolation, the sensory deprivation, the hallucinogenic drugs used in high doses, all to push the mind beyond its natural limits. But as Dr. Vega dug deeper into his research, the consequences grew more severe. Patients who had once been suffering from simple delusions or depressive states began to exhibit signs of extreme psychological trauma. Some spoke of visions, nightmarish figures, and voices that seemed to exist in a world beyond the one they could touch. Others fell silent, their minds apparently destroyed by what they had experienced. Cortez sat back in his chair, staring at the papers. He could feel the hairs on the back of his neck rising. As the experiments became more extreme, so did the reports of strange phenomena. The patients began to claim that the boundaries between their dreams and reality had blurred, that they could see others' entities that were not human. Some described them as tall, faceless beings with eyes that burned like coals, while others spoke of shadowy figures that whispered to them, offering forbidden knowledge. It was clear that Dr. Vega's methods had crossed some unspoken line, but his obsession only grew. The papers revealed that despite the increasing failures and deteriorating mental health of the patients, Dr. Vega continued his experiments. He believed that he was on the verge of something monumental, a discovery that could unlock the deepest mysteries of the human mind. But that discovery never came. Instead, something far worse emerged from the darkness. In 1958, a fire destroyed part of the asylum, killing several patients. The cause of the fire was never fully determined, but there were whispers that the fire had been no accident. Some claimed that the blaze was the result of an experiment gone horribly wrong, that Dr. Vega had pushed his patients too far, opening a doorway to something that should have remained closed. After the fire, the asylum was shuttered, its doors locked, its records sealed. Dr. Vega was never charged, but the damage had been done. His reputation was ruined, and the town, though never able to forget, tried its best to move on. The asylum became a ghost, a place of dread and mystery that the villagers never spoke of again. But Cortez now understood Dr. Vega hadn't failed. He had succeeded in a way. The fire had merely been a temporary setback, a small interruption in a process that had already begun to unravel the very fabric of reality. Cortez could feel the pull of the asylum, that decaying monument to Vega's madness, calling to him from the mountains. He had to go there, confront whatever remained of Vega's work, and put an end to the nightmare. But he knew it wouldn't be easy. Whatever had been unleashed there, whatever madness had been set into motion, had only grown stronger over time. The more Cortez delved into Dr. Vega's history, the more he realized that the psychiatrist's obsession had been far more than academic. Vega had seen himself as a savior, someone who could transcend the limitations of ordinary men. He believed he was chosen to see the hidden truths of existence. But those truths, Cortez now feared, had been far darker than any sane mind could fathom. There were rumors that some of Dr. Vega's former patients had never truly left the asylum. Some had simply vanished, their bodies never found, their minds seemingly erased. Others had returned to the village, though they were never the same. It was as if the experiments had left an indelible mark on their souls. Cortez wondered if the victims of the recent murders were somehow tied to those lost patients, as though they had been marked by the same curse that had once infected the asylum. As the evening shadows stretched across the room, Cortez closed the folder, his mind heavy with the weight of what he had learned. There was no turning back now. The past was rising again, its tendrils reaching out, pulling the town and him closer to the edge of madness. And if he didn't find a way to stop it, there would be no end to the suffering. Chapter 5. Night Visits. The nights in Lost Valley were colder than Cortez had anticipated. The fog that rolled down from the mountains seemed to take on a life of its own, enveloping the town in a thick, suffocating haze. It was as though the very air carried whispers, echoes of something that had never truly gone away. But it wasn't just the atmosphere that unsettled him. It was the dreams that had started the night after his visit to the library. They had come to him like a slow, creeping fever, each one more vivid, more disturbing than the last, and they felt too real, too much like memories, as if the line between sleep and wakefulness had been shattered. Cortez woke up that first night with his heart pounding in his chest. The dream had been simple enough at first. He was walking through the halls of the abandoned asylum, the old stone walls damp and covered with moss. The air was thick, stifling, and the distant sound of dripping water echoed through the empty corridors. But then he turned a corner and saw them, the patients. They stood in the shadows, their faces hidden, but their eyes, those eyes were unmistakable. They were watching him, waiting. He tried to move, but his legs wouldn't respond, frozen in place by some invisible force. And then there was Dr. Vega. Cortez hadn't seen his face in the photos, but in the dream, it was clear as day. Vega stood at the end of the corridor, his expression cold and distant, as if he were waiting for something or someone. As Cortez tried to approach him, the figure of the psychiatrist turned and disappeared into the darkness. And then came the voices. Soft at first, but growing louder, more insistent. "You cannot escape," they whispered. "The truth is here. You are one of us now." When Cortez woke, drenched in sweat and disoriented, the remnants of the dream clung to him like a cold shroud. His mind had already started to crack, he realized. The line between reality and illusion was becoming harder to define, as though the nightmares were seeping into his waking hours. But it wasn't just the dreams. As he stood in his room, staring at the peeling wallpaper, he heard a faint scratching noise coming from the corner of the room. He turned to look, but there was nothing there. Just the silence of the night. The second night was worse. This time the dream began with the sound of metal scraping against stone. Cortez found himself standing in front of a door, one he hadn't seen before in the asylum. It was old, rusted, the wood cracked and splintered. As he reached out to open it, a voice came from behind him, low and menacing. "Don't go in there. You won't be able to come back." He turned, but there was no one there. The voice had come from nowhere, just like the other whispers that had been following him since the first night. Despite the warning, Cortez opened the door. Beyond it was a room he had never seen in any of the asylum's old photos, a room filled with strange equipment, bizarre instruments that looked like something out of a nightmare. There were restraints bolted to the floor, an old chair that looked like it had been used for something far more sinister than therapy. In the center of the room was a large mirror, its surface cracked, as though something had tried to escape from within it. As Cortez approached, his own reflection seemed to distort, warping into something that wasn't quite him. The face in the mirror smiled, a twisted, mocking grin, and for a moment, Cortez thought he saw it move like it was alive. He was about to step back when he heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing through the room. He spun around, but once again he was alone. The room was empty. But the footsteps, they didn't stop. They continued, getting louder, closer, until they were right behind him. He turned, but there was nothing there, just the same twisted reflection in the cracked mirror. But now, the smile was gone, replaced by eyes that were staring at him with an intensity that sent a shock through his chest. The third night, he couldn't sleep. The dreams had begun to bleed into his waking thoughts, and when he closed his eyes, the images from the asylum would rush back to him, too vivid, too real. Cortez couldn't escape them, and that was when the first vision came unbidden and unexpected. It happened when he was walking through the village. The air had grown even colder, and the streets were eerily empty, as if the town itself had abandoned him. He passed by the old church, and then the abandoned house at the end of the street. But something caught his eye, something moving in the corner of his vision. He turned, but there was nothing there, only shadows. But then it came again, this time more clearly. A figure, draped in a long, tattered coat, standing at the edge of the fog. It was tall, too tall, and its features were obscured, as though the very air around it was bending and distorting. He took a step forward, compelled by some force he couldn't explain, but when he looked again, the figure was gone. He rubbed his eyes, trying to shake the vision from his mind, but the unease lingered. It was as though the town itself was shifting, warping around him, trying to conceal something just out of reach. The days began to blur together. Cortez would go to the station, but the faces of the officers and villagers felt like they were dissolving in front of him. The old librarian's warning echoed in his mind, and he wondered if he was slipping into the same madness that had taken so many before him. He couldn't trust himself anymore. His perception was being twisted, and with each passing moment, the asylum's influence seemed to grow stronger. That night he dreamt of the asylum again, but this time it wasn't a place of shadows. It was alive, moving, breathing. The walls seemed to pulse with a rhythm of their own, and the floors beneath his feet groaned as though the building were shifting, changing. And then he heard the sound of someone calling his name. Cortez. The voice was soft at first, barely a whisper, but it grew louder, more desperate. Cortez, you have to come. You have to help us. The door to the room where he had seen the mirror was open, and beyond it, the hallway stretched out endlessly. It was the same hallway from his previous dreams, but now it seemed to lead nowhere. The walls seemed to close in on him, the air thick with a presence that he could feel but not see. And that was when he heard the laughter, a low, guttural sound that echoed from all directions, as though the asylum itself were mocking him. He woke with a start, gasping for air. His pulse raced, and for a moment he was convinced that he had been there, that he was still there, trapped inside the asylum. But as he looked around, he realized he was back in his room. The fog outside had thickened even further, and the silence of the town was oppressive. Cortez clutched his head in his hands, trying to steady his breathing. The asylum's influence was more than just a haunting memory. It was real. It was inside him now, and he didn't know how to escape. Chapter 6. The Footprints of the Mad. It was early morning when Cortez found himself standing in front of the old crumbling building known as Sanatorio del Valle. The fog had yet to lift from the valley, and the air was thick with an eerie silence, as though even nature itself was holding its breath. The asylum's skeletal remains loomed in the distance, its dark silhouette cutting into the gray sky like a tombstone. The windows, shattered and vacant, stared back at him like hollow eyes, and the rusted iron gate creaked in the wind, as though beckoning him forward. The place had been abandoned for decades, yet it felt as if it had never truly let go of the darkness that had once filled it. Cortez couldn't deny the feeling that had been building inside him ever since he set foot in Lost Valley. There was something pulling him toward the asylum, something that made his skin crawl and his mind race. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, to abandon the investigation and flee before it consumed him entirely. But he couldn't. Not now. Too many lives had been lost. Too many victims had fallen prey to whatever had been set loose in this cursed place. Cortez knew that if he didn't uncover the truth, the nightmare would never end. Not for him. Not for anyone. He pushed open the rusted gates with a sharp screech and made his way toward the main building. Each step he took seemed to sink deeper into the earth, as if the ground itself wanted to swallow him whole. The air grew colder, and the further he walked, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. He could feel the weight of the history pressing down on him, years of torment, of suffering, of madness. It was inescapable, seeping into every stone, every crevice of the decaying structure. The entrance was a large arched doorway, the wood rotting and splintered from years of neglect. Cortez hesitated for a moment before stepping inside, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The air was thick with mildew and dust, the walls lined with peeling paint that once might have been white but had long since turned yellow and brown. There was no sound except the faint drip of water somewhere in the distance. It felt as if time had frozen here, as if the very air inside the asylum had been suspended in a permanent state of decay. As he moved through the halls, Cortez's thoughts kept returning to the victims, the murder victims. Eleanor, the first to die, had been found near the edge of the village, but she had been connected to someone who had spent time in the asylum, a woman named Anna. Anna had been a former patient, but her name hadn't appeared in the records. There were gaps, areas where the information simply didn't add up. It was as though certain details had been deliberately erased from the history of Sanatorio del Valle, hidden away, forgotten. But Cortez knew better. He'd seen the same pattern before. Those who had been subjected to Dr. Vega's experiments had been marked, and somehow Eleanor had been connected to them, even though she had never been a patient. The deeper Cortez ventured into the building, the more the sense of unease grew. The hallways seemed to twist and turn in ways that didn't make sense, leading him to rooms that felt strangely familiar, as though he had seen them in his dreams. The walls were covered in faded portraits of patients, their faces twisted and distorted by age, but their eyes, those eyes stared back at him with an unsettling clarity. It was as though they were watching him, silently judging him for trespassing in their domain. His flashlight flickered as he passed a door that led into what had once been a common room. The furniture had long since been destroyed, broken, and overturned, but there were strange markings on the floor. Dark, almost incomprehensible shapes that seemed to form a pattern, one that Cortez couldn't quite place. As he knelt to inspect them, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was then that he noticed something else. There were footprints in the dust. Fresh footprints. He followed the trail down a long corridor, the air growing colder with each step. The footprints were faint but unmistakable. Someone had been here recently, and they were heading toward the basement. Cortez hesitated for a moment, but something drove him forward, an overwhelming urge to uncover the truth that had eluded him for so long. He reached the stairs that led down into the darkness and took a deep breath before descending. The basement was colder than the rest of the building, the air damp and thick with the smell of rot. His flashlight beam flickered again as he reached the bottom, revealing a large room with a high, vaulted ceiling. The floor was covered in debris, but in the center of the room stood a large table, its surface stained dark with something Cortez didn't want to identify. There were other objects scattered around the room, strange tools, syringes, and what appeared to be old medical equipment, rusted and covered in a layer of dust. But it wasn't the tools that caught Cortez's attention. It was the wall at the far end of the room. The stone was cracked and uneven, and there were strange symbols etched into the surface symbols that seemed to shift and change when he looked at them directly. The air around the wall felt heavier, as though something was pressing in from the other side. Something ancient. Something alive. Cortez took a step closer, his heart pounding in his chest. As his hand reached out to touch the wall, he heard a faint whisper in his ear, a voice, soft and distorted, but unmistakable. "You shouldn't have come." It was the same voice he had heard in his dreams, the one that had called to him from the shadows of the asylum. He spun around, but the room was empty. His pulse raced as he backed away from the wall, the whisper still echoing in his mind. He needed to leave. He needed to get out of here before it consumed him. But as he turned to head back up the stairs, he froze. The footprints were gone. The trail that had led him down into the basement had vanished, leaving only the faint, lingering sensation of being watched. Cortez stood there for a long moment, his breath coming in shallow gasps, before he made the decision to leave. But as he stepped back into the hallway, something stopped him cold. A door at the far end of the corridor slowly creaked open, as though inviting him inside. And from the darkness beyond it, he heard a voice that wasn't his own. "You can't escape it, Cortez. It's already inside you." Chapter 7. The First Revelation. Cortez couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. The voice in the basement had been just the beginning, a whisper, fleeting and almost imperceptible, but it had unsettled him more than he cared to admit. The sensation lingered with him long after he had left the asylum and made his way back to his car. The drive back to the village was uneventful, but the unease clung to him like the fog that seemed to grow thicker by the hour. He had come here seeking answers, but now he was no longer sure he wanted to know the truth. That night, sleep came fitfully. The dreams were worse than ever, a series of fragmented images that flickered in and out of his consciousness. The faces of the patients, those tortured souls he had seen in the asylum, haunted him. But it wasn't just their faces. It was their eyes, empty and hollow, as though they had seen something that no one should ever see. And there was something else, something he couldn't quite grasp, a presence, a force that pressed in on him from every side. It was well past midnight when Cortez awoke to the sound of a soft, muffled knock at his door. He sat up in bed, his heart racing, unsure whether it was part of the dream or something real. He waited, his eyes darting around the room, but there was no sound. Just the wind howling outside, the sound of branches scraping against the windows. Another knock came, this time louder, more insistent. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and with a curse, he swung his legs over the side of the bed, grabbing his flashlight from the nightstand. He moved cautiously toward the door, every instinct telling him to be ready for whatever lay beyond it. He swung the door open, but there was no one there, only the empty hallway, dimly lit by the flickering light from the street lamps outside. Cortez stepped out, scanning the area. His pulse was still racing, but he couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching him. He could feel it in the air, a pressure that seemed to grow heavier with each passing second. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw it. A figure, standing just outside the reach of the light, its outline barely visible in the shadows. The figure was tall, thin, with an unnatural stillness about it. The moment Cortez's gaze locked onto it, the figure began to move toward him, its footsteps unnervingly silent. A wave of dread washed over him as the figure stepped into the light, revealing a face he had never seen before, but one he knew instantly. It was Dr. Ignacio Vega. The man who had haunted his investigation was standing right in front of him, his eyes cold and empty, his expression one of pure disdain. Cortez recoiled, taking a step back, his breath catching in his throat. "You," he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. "You're dead. You can't be here." But Vega's ghostly figure only smiled, a cruel twist of his lips that sent a shiver down Cortez's spine. "You think you've uncovered the truth?" Dr. Vega's voice was low, almost a growl, filled with a mocking contempt. "You've only scratched the surface, Inspector. What you've learned is nothing compared to what's coming. You don't even know who you're dealing with." Vega's figure flickered in and out of focus, like a mirage, before he stepped closer, his eyes locking onto Cortez's with an intensity that made the detective's skin crawl. "You think you can stop it? You think you can control it? You're just like the rest of them." Cortez stumbled backward, his mind reeling. What are you talking about?" he demanded, his voice shaking. He reached for his gun instinctively, but found that his hand was trembling too much to steady it. "You're dead. You can't..." Dead? Vega interrupted, his laugh low and bitter. You think death is the end of it? No, Inspector. Death is just the beginning. I unlocked something far darker than you can imagine. The mind is a doorway, a fragile thing. Once you cross that threshold, you can never go back. He stepped closer again, his form almost touching Cortez now, but his presence was cold, like the grave. And you, Samuel Cortez, have already crossed it. Cortez felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his head spinning as the air grew colder, the shadows around them seeming to grow darker. He could hear the whispers again, the voices of the patients, the ones he had heard in his dreams. But now they were louder, clearer, filling his mind with a cacophony of madness. He wanted to scream, to run, but his body was frozen, trapped in place by Vega's icy presence. You're already one of us, Vega continued, his voice a low murmur like a distant echo. The madness runs through your veins now, just as it did with my patients. You can't escape it. None of us ever could. His smile widened, the edges of his mouth stretching in a grotesque parody of happiness. You will see the truth soon enough, Cortez. And when you do, you will understand what it truly means to be free. The figure of Dr. Vega began to dissipate, his form fading into the darkness like smoke on the wind. Cortez stood there trembling, his mind reeling, but he couldn't move. He didn't know how long he stood there, but when he finally gathered enough strength to look around, the figure was gone. The hall was empty, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. The whispering voices had vanished, leaving only the oppressive silence in their wake. But the terror didn't fade. It lingered, settled deep in Cortez's chest, a constant reminder of the confrontation he had just experienced. He was no longer sure what was real. Had he been hallucinating? Was it a product of the stress, the long hours of investigation? Or had Vega truly returned from beyond the grave to torment him? The questions gnawed at him, each one more terrifying than the last. With shaky hands, Cortez closed the door behind him, his heart still pounding in his chest. He had learned something tonight, something that terrified him to his core. Dr. Vega's work had never truly ended. His experiments had left a stain on the world, a curse that could never be erased. And now it was coming for Cortez. The line between the living and the dead had blurred, and Cortez was no longer sure if he was chasing the truth or running from it. Chapter 8. Mind Games. The morning after his encounter with Dr. Vega's ghost, Cortez wasn't sure if he had truly been visited by the psychiatrist's spirit, or if the events of the night had been a fevered hallucination. His head ached, and his thoughts felt disjointed, as though someone had scrambled them like pieces of a puzzle. He had barely slept, and the images of Vega's cold, mocking face clung to him like a nightmare that refused to release its grip. Still, there were no answers, no tangible proof that what had happened was anything more than a product of his own deteriorating mind. The fog was heavier than usual as Cortez left his cabin, his footsteps muffled by the thick mist that blanketed the town. The village, which had once seemed so familiar, now felt foreign to him. The houses loomed in the distance like ghostly shapes, and the streets seemed to stretch endlessly, as if they led nowhere at all. Cortez tried to push away the unsettling thoughts, but they clung to him, seeping into his every step. The idea that the asylum's horrors had somehow infected him, that Vega's influence was inside him now, was something he couldn't ignore. He headed for the station, but his mind kept returning to the strange markings he had found in the basement of Sanatorio del Valle. The symbols on the walls had been like nothing he had ever seen before, twisted alien designs that seemed to move, almost alive. They had felt familiar, almost as if he had encountered them before in his dreams. But where? Why? His thoughts circled around these questions, But the more he thought about them, the more he felt like he was falling into a trap, like a fly caught in a web. The town was eerily quiet that day. Not a soul seemed to be on the streets, and the few people Cortez passed barely seemed to notice him, their eyes glazed over, their expressions vacant. It was as if they were all trapped in some shared stupor, their minds clouded by the same fog that enveloped the town. Cortez shook his head, trying to shake off the feeling of dread that clung to him. But the unease only grew stronger the longer he stayed. Every corner he turned, every alley he entered, seemed to close in on him, as though the town itself was conspiring against him. At the station, he found a note on his desk, an anonymous tip-off. It was short, to the point, and written in a scrawl that made Cortez's stomach tighten. The truth is in the mind. Follow the path of the dead. The words seemed to mock him, to twist around in his brain, and for a moment he couldn't breathe. What did it mean? Was it a clue, or was it another manifestation of his deteriorating mental state? He stared at the note, but his vision began to blur, the letters swimming in front of his eyes. Inspector? A voice interrupted his thoughts, and Cortez snapped his head up. Officer Linares stood in the doorway, her expression concerned. She had been working alongside him on the case, though lately he had noticed a strange distance between them. "Are you okay? You look unwell." Her tone was gentle, but there was an edge of wariness in her voice, as though she too was beginning to question what was happening to him. "I'm fine," Cortez said, though the words felt hollow even as he spoke them. He stood up, forcing a smile. "Just a little tired. The case is taking its toll." But Linares wasn't convinced. She stepped closer, her eyes narrowing in concern. "You've been acting strange. You haven't been sleeping, and you keep talking about things that don't make sense." Cortez's chest tightened at her words. Was he really starting to lose control? Was he really becoming like one of the patients he had been investigating? "Don't worry about me," he muttered, his mind racing. He needed to stay focused. He needed to find the truth before it swallowed him whole. He couldn't let himself fall into the same madness that had claimed so many others. But the more he tried to fight it, the more the darkness seemed to press in. The words on the note, the symbols in the asylum, Dr. Vega's mocking voice. They were all part of something he didn't understand, something that was just beyond his grasp. After Linares left, Cortez spent the rest of the day reviewing the case files again, searching for anything he had missed. But every document, every report, seemed to blend together into a haze. There were no answers, just more questions, and every page he turned seemed to add to the weight on his shoulders. The line between fact and delusion was becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish. He had thought the murders were the key, but now he wasn't sure. Were the victims just random, or had they been chosen for a reason? And what had happened to those who had survived their time at Sanatorio del Valle? Was their madness part of some greater plan, or was it just a side effect of Dr. Vega's experiments? When night fell, Cortez found himself standing outside the village, his feet carrying him toward the mountains, toward the asylum once more. He wasn't sure why he was going back. Part of him was terrified of what he might find, but another part of him, something deeper, darker, urged him forward. The fog was even thicker now, and the air was heavy with an unspoken dread. His flashlight illuminated the path ahead, but the shadows around him seemed to grow longer, as if they were reaching out to grab him. The further he walked, the more the sound of his footsteps seemed to fade, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the valley. The world around him felt muffled, distant, as though he were walking through a dream. And then, just as he reached the edge of the asylum's grounds, he saw them, figures moving slowly in the distance. They were patient. silent, watching him. He couldn't see their faces, but he could feel their eyes on him, piercing him to his very soul. "Not again," Cortez muttered, his pulse quickening. He turned to run, but his legs felt heavy, like lead, and his body refused to move. The figures were closing in, and the air around him grew thick with an invisible pressure. His vision began to blur again, and he heard Dr. Vega's voice, low and insistent, in his ear. "You can't escape, Cortez. You are already here. You are already mine." The ground beneath his feet seemed to shift, and the mist rose up to meet him, swallowing the figures whole, leaving nothing but a dark, suffocating void. His chest tightened, and his breath came in short, ragged gasps. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. And then, everything went black. Chapter 9. The Final Victim. Cortez awoke with a start, gasping for breath, his mind reeling from the suffocating darkness that had consumed him. The dream, or was it a nightmare, still clung to him, a lingering shadow of horror that seemed to bleed into his waking hours. The fog outside his window was so thick it seemed like the entire world was shrouded in it, cutting him off from everything familiar, leaving him isolated and disoriented. He hadn't gone to the asylum last night. Had he? The events of the evening before were a blur. Figures in the mist, Dr. Vega's voice, the suffocating void. It felt like everything was starting to bleed into one another, the boundaries between dream and reality disappearing entirely. He pushed himself out of bed, feeling heavier than he ever had. His head throbbed, his body stiff and exhausted, as though he hadn't slept at all. Yet he knew he had to keep moving, keep pushing forward, even if he couldn't understand where he was going anymore. His investigation had led him into a maze of twisted revelations, and each turn had only led to more confusion. But one thing had become painfully clear: he couldn't escape this. Not the town, not the asylum, and not the legacy of madness that Dr. Vega had left behind. Cortez knew he had to face the truth. He had been chasing shadows for too long, desperately trying to make sense of the deaths that had been haunting the village. He had believed there was an answer to the murders, something logical, something that could bring an end to the terror. But now he was starting to understand there was no logic to this. The murders weren't random. They were part of something far more insidious, something connected to the dark experiments that Vega had conducted all those years ago. As the day stretched on, Cortez found himself standing once more in front of Sanatorio del Valle. He had come here countless times in the past few days, but this time felt different. The air was colder, the shadows darker, as if the building itself was alive and aware of his presence. The gate creaked as he pushed it open, and as he stepped inside, the familiar sense of dread washed over him. The silence was deafening, and his flashlight flickered with an unsettling irregularity, as though the very light was reluctant to reveal the truth. The hallways felt even more oppressive today, the walls closing in as if they were trying to trap him inside. Each step Cortez took echoed in the empty space, but it wasn't the sound of his own footsteps that unnerved him. It was the silence that followed them. The building seemed to be waiting, watching him, as if the walls themselves were aware of the horrific truth he was about to uncover. And yet, there was something else, something not quite right about the place. He couldn't put his finger on it, but it felt as though the very foundation of the asylum was shifting beneath him, as though the building itself was alive and shifting, responding to his presence. He made his way toward the basement, the place where everything had begun to unravel. The same symbols on the wall, the same feeling of suffocating madness. But this time, Cortez wasn't looking for answers. This time, he was prepared for what was coming. Or so he told himself. He had already faced the ghost of Dr. Vega heard his voice whispering in the darkness. But now, he felt something different. A presence that was far more tangible. far more real than anything he had encountered before. As he descended the stairs, Cortez's flashlight illuminated the walls, but it wasn't the darkness that drew his attention. It was the blood. Streaks of it marred the walls, the floor, and the old, cracked table in the center of the room. The air was thick with the metallic scent, and as he moved closer, he saw that the symbols on the wall had shifted, their forms now clearer and more distinct. They weren't just random markings. They were a language, a code perhaps. And in the center of it all was a shape that Cortez had seen before, a symbol that seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if it were calling to him. A faint sound reached his ears, a whisper that wasn't quite a whisper, but more like a thought implanted in his mind. "You've been looking in the wrong place, Inspector." Cortez froze, his heart hammering in his chest. The voice, Dr. Vega's voice, was close, too close. But when he turned, there was no one there. The basement was empty. The only sounds, the drip of water and the faint hum of electricity from a nearby generator. He stepped back, his eyes darting around the room, but something stopped him. A figure standing in the corner, barely visible in the dim light. It was a woman, her face pale and expressionless, her eyes empty of all life. She was dressed in the faded clothing of a patient, her hands curled into fists at her sides. Cortez's blood ran cold as he recognized her, the woman whose name had come up time and time again in his investigation. Anna. She had been one of Dr. Vega's patients, a woman who had supposedly died in the asylum decades ago. "Anna?" Cortez's voice was hoarse, a whisper of disbelief. But she didn't respond. She simply stood there, staring at him with those vacant, haunting eyes. And then, with a sudden, jerking motion, she stepped forward, her movements unnatural, as if she were being pulled by invisible strings. The room seemed to warp around her, the walls stretching, the symbols twisting in response to her presence. "You're too late." Anna's voice was a rasp, like something forced out of a dying breath. "You can't stop it. The legacy has already begun." Cortez took a step back, his pulse racing. The shadows seemed to reach for him, wrapping around his body like chains. And then, as if the world itself was collapsing, the light flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dark, growing louder and louder, and Cortez felt the air grow heavy, suffocating. A hand, cold and clammy, touched his shoulder. He spun around, his flashlight catching the figure that had been standing behind him, Dr. Vega. But this time, there was something different about the ghostly psychiatrist. His face was twisted in a grotesque grin, and his eyes burned with an unholy intensity. "You've been following the wrong trail," Vega hissed, his voice a low growl. "The final victim is not who you think it is. It's you, Cortez. You are the one who has been chosen." And then, before Cortez could react, everything went black again. The air, the walls, the figures, everything disappeared, leaving him alone in the suffocating void. Chapter 10. The Final Madness. Cortez opened his eyes to a world that no longer made sense. The blackness that had enveloped him earlier now stretched endlessly before him, the air thick with the taste of decay and madness. For a moment, he wondered if he had died, if the horrors of the asylum had finally claimed him. But no, he was still breathing, still feeling, yet everything around him seemed wrong, twisted beyond recognition, as if the very fabric of reality had been bent out of shape. It was a world where time no longer followed its usual course, where the past and present collided in a chaotic, unrelenting rush. He could hear whispers faint at first, but growing louder with each passing second. The voices were not his own. They were the voices of the patients, the ones who had been subjected to Dr. Vega's cruel experiments. They murmured in an endless loop, repeating the same words, the same pleas, over and over again. Cortez tried to move, but his limbs felt like lead, heavy and uncooperative. Every step he took seemed to sink him deeper into the void, as though the ground beneath him was giving way to an abyss. The whispers grew more distinct, and as Cortez strained to listen, he realized that they were calling his name. Cortez, Cortez, come closer. He wanted to run, to escape, but there was no escape, not now, not anymore. The voices were pulling him in, tugging at his very soul, dragging him towards something he couldn't yet comprehend. He stumbled forward, each step an agonizing effort, his mind a swirling mess of confusion and dread. Then, like a sudden jolt to the senses, the darkness lifted, and Cortez found himself standing once more inside the decaying walls of Sanatorio del Valle, the basement, the very place where his investigation had begun. But now it was different. The walls were covered in blood, the air thick with the scent of rot. The symbols that had once seemed so alien to him were now painfully familiar, etched into the stone like a twisted map, leading to some unknown destination. But it wasn't the symbols that caught his attention now. It was the figure standing in the center of the room. Dr. Vega. The psychiatrist was no longer the ghostly figure Cortez had encountered before. Now he was solid, flesh and blood, his eyes burning with an unnatural fire. His skin was pale and stretched tight across his bones, his face twisted into a grotesque mask of triumph. There was no doubt in Cortez's mind now this was no mere apparition. Dr. Vega was alive, alive in a way that defied all logic, all reason. "You should have listened," Vega's voice echoed through the room, low and filled with dark satisfaction. "You were always too eager to uncover the truth, too stubborn to see the consequences of your actions. But now you understand, don't you, Inspector? You are a part of this. You always have been." Cortez took a step back, his mind spinning. "No, this isn't real," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "You're dead. You can't be alive." But Vega only laughed, a chilling sound that reverberated in the empty room. "Dead?" Vega's voice was a mockery of the word. "You think death is an end? No, Cortez. Death is a doorway, and I have opened it. My experiments didn't just change the minds of my patients. They changed the very nature of reality itself. And now you're a part of it. You are the last piece of the puzzle." Cortez's heart raced as the truth began to hit him with a terrifying clarity. All along he had been searching for an external killer, a murderer who was somehow still at large. But there was no murderer. He had been looking for someone to blame, someone to arrest. But in reality, he had already been ensnared by the madness that Dr. Vega had set in motion so many years ago. He was the final victim, the culmination of Vega's twisted experiments. He wasn't chasing a killer. He was becoming the killer. "You've been infected by my work, Inspector," Vega continued, his grin widening. "The experiments weren't just about the mind. They were about breaking the boundaries between the living and the dead, between reality and illusion. You see, Cortez, you are no longer just a man. You are the embodiment of all the suffering I caused. Your mind is mine now, and it always has been. The madness, it's in your blood." The room seemed to spin around him, the walls closing in, the air becoming stifling. Cortez could feel the pressure building in his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't obey him. The shadows that surrounded him seemed to pulse with a life of their own, pulling at him, wrapping around his limbs like chains. He could feel the madness closing in on him, the walls of reality slowly crumbling away. "You think you can escape it?" Vega taunted, his voice like a snake's hiss. "You're already a part of this place, Cortez. You are no different from the patients who suffered here. You are just another broken mind, another shattered soul. You will never leave this place. You will never escape the legacy of what I created." Cortez could feel the last shreds of his sanity unraveling, the threads of reality slipping through his fingers. His mind screamed in protest, but the darkness was all-consuming, drowning out his thoughts, suffocating him in a sea of madness. The voices grew louder, the whispers of the patients, the murmurs of the dead, all blending together in a single cacophony of despair. He was losing himself, becoming one with the shadows, one with the madness that had claimed so many before him. In that final moment, as the room closed in around him and the madness consumed him whole, Cortez realized the awful truth. There had never been an escape. There had never been a way out of Sanatorio del Valle. He had been a part of Doctor. Vega's twisted experiment all along, and now the madness had claimed him completely. His last thoughts were a fractured echo of his former self, a man who had once sought the truth but had ultimately become lost in the labyrinth of his own mind. The House of Oblivion. Chapter 1. The Arrival at the Mansion. Juan Mendoza had never been one to believe in ghosts, curses, or the strange superstitions of small villages. As a journalist for a mid-tier newspaper in the city, he'd seen it all: gruesome murders, political scandals, and unsolved mysteries. But this story, about a mansion hidden away in the hills of a forgotten village in southern Europe, had piqued his interest. The locals spoke of La Casa del Olvido, the House of Forgetting, and the sinister reputation it had gained over the years. It was a story that could make his career. The legends, they said, were enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Juan arrived in the village just as the sun began to set, casting long, dark shadows across the narrow streets. The place seemed frozen in time, its cobblestone paths worn, its buildings sagging under the weight of centuries. The air had an odd, damp quality to it, like the earth itself was clinging to memories long buried. His shoes clicked loudly on the empty streets, an unwelcome sound in the stillness of the village. He felt out of place, as though the very land resented his presence. The first person he spoke to, an old woman sitting on a faded wooden bench outside her house, barely acknowledged him. Her eyes were clouded with age, but they glinted with a kind of knowing. She muttered something about the mansion, then quickly turned her face away. A soft breeze carried her words to him. "Don't go there. It forgets you." Her cryptic warning left him unsettled, but it also fueled his curiosity. The idea of a haunted house was something he could work with a good angle for his article, perhaps even a book. Juan decided to visit the local tavern to gather more information. As he stepped inside, the room fell silent for a moment. The patrons, a group of men with rough faces and tired eyes, looked at him as though he were a stranger in their own home. They resumed their quiet murmurs, but Juan could feel their eyes following him. He ordered a drink and sat in a corner listening. It didn't take long before the conversation shifted to the mansion. "People disappear, you know," said one of the older men. His voice was low, almost a whisper, as though he feared someone might overhear. "One by one they vanish, and the house, well, the house remembers them. It doesn't let them go. It's hungry." Juan leaned forward, intrigued. "Disappeared? What do you mean? Who disappeared?" The man's eyes flickered nervously toward the door. "The last family that lived there. They were powerful people, you see. Not like us. They made deals dark ones. They summoned things from places no one should look." His voice dropped lower, barely audible. "And when they were gone, nothing but silence. Not a trace. Just like the others." A shiver ran down Juan's spine, but he pushed it aside, shaking his head. "Superstition," he muttered to himself. But the seed of doubt had already been planted. Still, he wasn't one to take local folklore seriously. He needed facts, not fear. The next morning, he decided to visit the mansion. The sun was hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds, and the air felt heavier, colder. As he made his way out of the village and up the winding path that led to the house, the landscape around him grew more oppressive. The trees on either side seemed to lean in, their twisted branches clawing at the gray sky. The path was overgrown with weeds, and the mansion itself appeared as though it had been abandoned for years, its windows boarded up, its once grand facade crumbling under the weight of neglect. When he reached the front gate, a strange feeling settled over him. It wasn't just the house that seemed forgotten. It was as if the very land surrounding it had been erased from memory, like it no longer existed in the present. He stood there for a moment, staring at the gate, as though waiting for something to happen. But there was nothing. No sound, no movement. Just the heavy silence that seemed to hang in the air, pressing down on him. Finally, he stepped forward and pushed open the creaking gate. It groaned in protest, as though the house itself resented the intrusion. Juan hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind, but he quickly shook it off. It's just an old house. There's no such thing as ghosts or curses. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him, following him with unseen eyes. As he made his way to the front door, he noticed strange markings on the walls, symbols etched into the stone, worn smooth by time, but unmistakable. His fingers brushed over one of them, and a sudden chill shot up his spine. Inside the mansion was a labyrinth of dark hallways and forgotten rooms. Dust clung to every surface, and the air was thick with the smell of mildew. The windows, though boarded up, allowed streaks of pale light to seep through, casting long shadows that seemed to move in the corners of his vision. The mansion felt alive, its walls groaning with every step he took. But the most unsettling part was the silence. It was as though no one had ever lived here, yet it held the echoes of lives long past, lingering in the air like an oppressive fog. Juan wandered deeper into the house, taking note of the faded portraits on the walls, family members with hollow eyes, their faces twisted into expressions of both sorrow and menace. The more he looked, the more he felt like he was being drawn into the mansion's strange, heavy presence. And then, in the distance, he heard it, a soft, whispering sound, like a voice calling out from somewhere deep within the house. He paused, his heart skipping a beat. The whispers seemed to beckon him, pulling him further in. As Juan took another step forward, he felt a cold hand brush against his neck, and the hairs on his arms stood up. He turned quickly, but there was no one there. No footsteps, no shadows, only the deep, suffocating silence that seemed to fill every inch of the house. And yet, in the back of his mind, he heard a voice, soft but insistent. "You shouldn't have come." The words echoed through his thoughts, but by the time he could process them, they were already gone, lost in the dark. Chapter 2. The First Disappearance. The morning after his arrival at the mansion, Juan decided to return to the village. Despite the unnerving atmosphere that clung to the house, he could not shake the pull of the mystery surrounding La Casa del Olvido. He needed more answers, anything that would shed light on the strange disappearances that had haunted the village for years. But when he stepped into the village square, something felt wrong. The usual bustle of the morning had been replaced by an unsettling quiet. People moved in hushed whispers, eyes darting nervously as they spoke in tight-lipped murmurs. Juan's first instinct was to approach the local police chief, a man named Rafael Torres, who had been involved in the investigations of the disappearances. Torres was an older man, heavy-set and gruff, with a face that seemed to carry the weight of too many years spent in a place like this. He had heard of the journalist's arrival and agreed to meet him at the small cafe in the square. As Juan sat down at the table, he could tell something was off. Torres's eyes, usually sharp and direct, were clouded, and he kept glancing toward the street, as though expecting something or someone. "We've had another one," Torres muttered, his voice barely audible above the sound of clinking cups. He didn't need to say more. Juan could already tell from the man's face what he meant. Another person from the village had vanished, just like the others. A young man named Miguel, a farmer's son, had disappeared during the night, leaving no trace behind. His family had searched the fields, the woods, the outskirts of the village, but there was nothing, no sign of struggle, no footprints, nothing that might explain his absence. Juan felt a chill crawl up his spine. "How many has it been now?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Torres sighed deeply, rubbing his hand over his tired face. "Too many," he said quietly. "We've lost count. People don't talk about it much anymore. They just disappear. And then the village forgets, like they were never here." The conversation moved into darker territory as Torres began to speak of his frustrations. The authorities, he admitted, were helpless. There were no bodies, no clues. At first, the disappearances were written off as runaways or accidents, but after a few cases, it became clear that something more sinister was at play. There had been talk of the mansion, of course whispers about its dark past, but Torres wasn't one to believe in ghosts. Still, after all these years, even he was beginning to wonder if there was more to the old house than just the ravings of superstitious villagers. "I've been to that house," Torres said suddenly, his voice low and hesitant. "I went there once, about 5 years ago when this all started. I was called in to investigate a missing person. The trail led me to the mansion. I didn't believe in any of the nonsense, but I had to look. I walked through the rooms, the halls, just like you did, and I could feel it, the weight. The house was alive, I swear to you, alive in a way that I can't explain. It changed me." He stopped, eyes distant. "I'm not the same man I was before I went in there." Juan wasn't sure if he was being baited or if Torres had truly lost his mind. But he could sense that there was more to the story than the chief was willing to admit. He leaned in closer, his voice firm. "What happened to Miguel?" he asked. Torres shook his head grimly. "I don't know. Nobody knows. The family. They won't speak about it anymore. They won't even come to the police. They just wait." His voice faltered slightly. "But I know one thing for certain. If you want to get to the bottom of this, Mendoza, you're going to have to face the house." That night, Juan couldn't sleep. His mind kept replaying Torres's words. The house was alive. It was an absurd thought, impossible, even, but something about it gnawed at him. The mansion had been empty for decades, abandoned, yet it felt anything but lifeless. He had sensed it when he was inside, the oppressive atmosphere, the feeling of being watched. The memories of the past seemed to linger there, haunting the walls. Maybe Torres had been right. Maybe there was something to the house that even the most hardened skeptic couldn't ignore. He sat up in bed, staring out the window into the dense darkness of the night. The village was still, as it always was after the sun went down. But tonight, something felt different. A strange tension hung in the air, thick and suffocating. The wind picked up, rattling the shutters, and for a moment, Juan thought he heard something, a faint sound, like a whisper, drifting through the stillness. He strained to listen, but it was gone as quickly as it came. Unable to shake the feeling of unease, Juan decided to return to the mansion. The need to uncover the truth had become almost obsessive. He needed to understand what was happening, even if it meant confronting whatever dark force resided within those crumbling walls. His footsteps echoed through the empty streets as he made his way to the outskirts of the village, toward the mansion that had become the source of so many whispered fears. As he approached the gate, the air seemed to grow colder, the shadows darker. The mansion loomed before him, its silhouette stark against the night sky. He hesitated for a moment, his heart pounding in his chest. But then, with a deep breath, he pushed open the gate. The sound of the metal scraping against the stone sent a shiver down his spine. It was as if the house were acknowledging his presence, welcoming him or warning him to turn back. Inside, the mansion was as silent as ever, but tonight it felt different. The air was heavy, thick with an oppressive energy that seemed to pulse through the very walls. Juan's footsteps were the only sound in the vast emptiness, and the deeper he ventured into the house, the more he felt the weight of unseen eyes upon him. He had no idea what he was searching for, but he knew he had to keep moving forward. Suddenly, a noise broke the silence, a creak, followed by a faint scraping sound like something shifting in the shadows. Juan's breath caught in his throat. He turned quickly but saw nothing. Still, the sound continued, getting louder, closer. His heart raced as he made his way toward the source of the noise, deeper into the mansion. And then, in the dim light of the hallway, he saw a door, slightly ajar, leading into a room he hadn't noticed before. With a hesitant hand, he pushed the door open. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of moonlight streaming through a cracked window. On the far wall, there was a large portrait, a family, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles. It was the same family that had once lived here. But as Juan's eyes scanned the painting, he felt a coldness wash over him, and in that instant, he understood. The house was not merely a building, it was a trap, and now, Juan Mendoza was caught in its web. Chapter 3. Echoes of the Past. Juan stood frozen in front of the portrait, the faces of the long-dead family staring back at him with eyes that seemed far too alive. The dim light from the cracked window cast long shadows over their painted faces, distorting their features into something unnatural. His heart raced as he stepped closer, drawn to the portrait in a way he couldn't explain. There was something about their smiles, something sinister, that made him feel as though they were all watching him, observing his every move. He reached out a trembling hand, instinctively wanting to touch the frame. The moment his fingers brushed against the cold wood, a violent shiver ran through his body. A low, guttural sound filled the room, like the groan of something ancient and forgotten. The walls seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, as if the house itself were coming alive. For a split second, Juan could have sworn the faces in the painting shifted, their eyes narrowing as if acknowledging his presence. The chill in the air deepened, and his breath hitched. With a sudden impulse, he yanked his hand away and stepped back. The house was playing tricks on him, he told himself. It was all in his mind. But the feeling of being watched, of something malevolent lurking just beyond the edges of his perception, refused to fade. He turned away from the portrait, his eyes scanning the room for anything that might offer a clue about the history of the house, the family that had once lived here, or the disappearances that had plagued the village. The room was cold and musty, filled with the smell of decay and neglect. Dust coated every surface, and broken furniture lay scattered across the floor as though someone had left in a hurry. But amidst the wreckage, something caught Juan's eye. On the far side of the room, partially hidden by a toppled chair, was a large wooden chest. It looked old, even older than the house itself. Intrigued, Juan approached it cautiously, his steps careful as he moved closer to the chest. His instincts told him that whatever lay inside might hold the answers he was desperately searching for. He crouched beside the chest and tried to lift the heavy lid. It resisted at first, but with a grunt of effort he managed to force it open. Inside, he found a stack of old papers, yellowed with age and brittle to the touch. As he sifted through the documents, he saw that they were all written in a language he didn't recognize. Symbols and runes adorned the pages, twisted and complex. But at the bottom of one sheet, in a language he could understand, was a name: the House of Forgotten Memories. A cold sweat broke out on the back of Juan's neck as he read the words. The name was familiar. He had heard it mentioned in passing by the villagers. But now, seeing it written on this old piece of parchment, it carried a weight he hadn't expected. The rest of the document seemed to describe something far darker, speaking of rituals, offerings, and the dark power that resided within the walls of the house. It spoke of a pact, one made long ago by the family who had lived here, a pact with something far older and more dangerous than anything the villagers could comprehend. Juan's hands trembled as he continued to read, his mind racing. The family had made a deal with a force that promised them power, immortality even, in exchange for the souls of the innocent. The house itself had become a conduit for this power, its very foundation built on a dark and twisted covenant. The family's disappearance, it seemed, was not an accident. It was a consequence of their own greed. They had sought to break the pact, to escape the entity they had summoned, but in doing so they had condemned themselves and everyone who would ever enter the house. The document was filled with references to a final ritual, something that would be required to sever the ties between the family and the demonic entity that had bound them. But there was no mention of how to complete it, or what the price would be. The last few lines were smudged and almost illegible, as though someone or something had tried to destroy the evidence. Juan slammed the chest shut, his heart pounding in his chest. He stood there for a moment, his mind reeling. The pieces were beginning to fall into place, but they didn't make sense. The house, the family, the disappearances, it was all connected. But how? And why had the villagers failed to act? Were they too afraid? Or were they somehow complicit in the horrors that had unfolded here? As he stood there, lost in thought, a sudden noise broke through the silence, a soft creak, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Juan's head snapped toward the doorway, his pulse quickening. Someone was here. He hadn't heard anyone enter, and yet the sound was unmistakable. A figure appeared in the doorway, their form cloaked in shadow. Juan's breath caught in his throat. He had expected the house to be empty, but there, standing before him, was a figure, a man, or perhaps something that once had been a man. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes were dark, hollow, like endless pits of despair. The man's clothing was old, torn, and faded, as though it belonged to another time, another age. His lips twisted into a twisted, knowing smile, one that sent a cold wave of dread rushing through Juan. The figure took a step forward, its eyes never leaving Juan's. For a moment, neither of them moved. Juan's legs felt like lead, his body frozen with terror. The air between them thickened, the shadows around the figure seeming to stretch and twist, as though the very darkness itself were alive. The man spoke, his voice like a rasping whisper that seemed to echo in the very bones of the house. "You shouldn't have come here," the figure said. "The house remembers everything, and it will never let you go." Juan stumbled backward, his mind spinning, but the figure did not move. It simply watched him, its gaze burning into his soul. The walls seemed to close in, the air growing thick and suffocating. Juan couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. All he could do was stare at the figure, his heart hammering in his chest. With a desperate cry, Juan turned and ran. He didn't know where he was going, didn't care. He just needed to escape. But as he fled down the narrow hallways, the house seemed to twist around him, the corridors stretching, bending, changing. The walls seemed to close in, and the doors that had once been open were now locked, sealed shut by an unseen force. No matter how fast he ran, no matter how hard he tried to find the exit, he was trapped. The house had claimed him. And somewhere in the back of his mind he could hear the voice of the figure, whispering over and over again, "The house remembers, and it will never let you go." Chapter 4. The Whispers. Juan's heart pounded in his chest as he stumbled down the narrow corridor, the walls closing in around him. The house had taken on a life of its own. Its every creak and groan now seemed like a warning. The figure in the doorway, its hollow eyes and chilling words, still haunted him. His lungs burned as he ran, his mind desperate to find a way out. But the house seemed to mock him. The once familiar layout had shifted, turning the mansion into an endless maze of twisting hallways and locked doors. He didn't know which way to go, where the exit might be, or if there even was an exit at all. As he rounded a corner, he found himself facing a dead end, nothing but a blank wall. Panic set in. His hands trembled as he pressed them against the cold stone, feeling the texture, hoping for some sign, some hidden passageway. But there was nothing. The air was thick, stifling, and his thoughts were starting to unravel. Every breath felt like he was suffocating. He was beginning to realize the truth. There was no escape. Not unless the house allowed it. Just as he was about to turn back, a whisper cut through the silence, low and insistent. It was so faint that at first, Juan thought it was his imagination. But then it came again, clearer this time, echoing through the hallway. Juan. The voice was soft, almost melodic, yet its tone was laced with something far darker. He turned quickly, scanning the empty corridor, but saw no one. His pulse raced as the whisper came again, this time from behind him. Juan, you're so close to remembering. The words were like a hook, pulling at his sanity, digging into his thoughts. He could feel them slithering inside his mind, burrowing into the places he couldn't reach. Remembering what? He thought desperately. But the question only made the whispers grow louder, more insistent. They didn't just echo in the hallways, they were inside his head, inside his very thoughts. The house was speaking to him. No, it wasn't just the house, it was the thing that lurked within it, the ancient entity that had been feeding on the memories of those who had entered. Juan's skin crawled as he realized what was happening. The whispers were fragments of the memories he was losing. The house was trying to erase him, just as it had erased everyone else who had come before him. Suddenly, a door creaked open behind him. Juan whipped around, his breath catching in his throat. The room beyond the door was dim, but he could make out the outline of an old wooden desk. His legs moved on their own, drawn toward the room as though something inside it was calling him. He had to see, it had to understand. The whispers, too, were pulling him forward, urging him into the room, weaving through his mind like a tangled web. Inside, the room was in disarray, papers scattered across the floor, overturned furniture, a single lamp flickering weakly on the desk. But what caught Juan's attention was the large mirror that hung on the far wall. Its surface was cracked but not shattered, fractured in a way that suggested something had been pressing against it, something trying to get out. As he approached, he saw that the reflection in the mirror was distorted, warping like ripples on the surface of water. He blinked, trying to focus, but the reflection wouldn't hold still. It seemed to shift, changing like a living thing. For a moment, Juan wasn't sure if what he was seeing was real or just another trick of the house. But as he stared at the mirror, a figure slowly began to materialize within it, its shape blurry at first, but then clearer until it was unmistakable. It was a woman. Her hair was dark and matted, her skin pale, and her eyes were wide and unblinking, staring directly at him, filled with a mixture of sorrow and madness. Juan froze, unable to look away. The woman in the mirror reached out a hand, her fingers brushing the surface, and a cold breeze swept through the room. The whispers intensified, the words growing louder, more frantic. "She's calling you. She's waiting." Juan's head spun, the room around him blurring as if the very air was thick with shadows. He wanted to turn away, to run, but his body was rooted in place, his legs no longer obeying him. The woman's image in the mirror seemed to pulse with life, her fingers tracing the cracked glass as if she were reaching out to him. And then, with a sickening jolt, her hand pushed through the mirror, the glass bending and warping around her arm, as if it were liquid. Juan gasped, stumbling backward, but the woman's hand shot forward, grabbing his wrist with an icy grip. He felt the chill seeping into his very bones, draining him of strength. Her eyes were wide now, her mouth opening in a silent scream. The whispers were deafening, swirling around him, drowning him in their madness. He could feel his memories slipping away, fragments of his past fading, as though the house itself were consuming them, erasing him from existence. With a final, desperate effort, Juan wrenched his arm free from the woman's grip, stumbling backward into the hallway. The mirror's surface rippled again, returning to its shattered state. The whispers faded, but the coldness lingered, gnawing at him. He was losing himself, bit by bit, and he couldn't understand why. Was it the house? Was it the woman in the mirror? Or was it the entity that had been here for so long, feeding on the souls of those who dared to enter? Juan felt the weight of something pressing down on him, a sense of vertigo and dread that threatened to consume him entirely. The house was alive, yes, but it wasn't just a building. It was a prison, and he was trapped inside it. But what terrified him more than anything was the realization that he might never leave. The woman in the mirror hadn't been just a reflection. She was a part of the house, a part of the memory that it consumed, twisted and distorted over time. She had once lived here, just as he had, and now her fate seemed to be his own. With every step he took, the mansion seemed to close in around him, its walls shifting, bending, trapping him within its labyrinth. The whispers came again, soft and seductive. You will forget. You will be forgotten. Chapter 5. The Forgotten Sacrifice. Juan stumbled through the mansion's corridors, his mind clouded by the suffocating weight of his own disjointed thoughts. His pulse thundered in his ears as the house seemed to warp and shift around him, like a living organism that was constantly changing, adapting to his movements. Every door he tried to open was either locked or led to another dead end. The walls seemed to close in, and with each step, his sense of reality began to unravel. He could feel his memories slipping away one by one, like grains of sand falling through his fingers. It was as if the house itself was erasing him. The whispers, too, were growing more intense, more personal. They weren't just voices anymore, they were his own thoughts, his own fears, twisted and distorted by the house's dark influence. Remember why you came here. The words echoed in his mind, but they felt foreign, like a memory he couldn't quite place. In a haze of confusion, Juan wandered deeper into the mansion. He had no destination, no plan. The whispers urged him on, pulling him through hallways he didn't recognize, past rooms that seemed to shift before his eyes. But then, as he turned a corner, something caught his attention. An old wooden door at the end of the hallway. It stood out from the others, its surface cracked and worn, as though it had been untouched for centuries. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, pushing him toward it. He hesitated at first, but the pull was undeniable. His hand, seemingly of its own accord, reached out and grasped the cold metal handle. The door creaked open with an eerie groan, revealing a dark, dust-filled room. The air inside felt thick, stagnant, as though it hadn't been disturbed in years. His eyes struggled to adjust to the dim light, but as they did, he saw something that froze him in place. At the far end of the room stood an altar. It was old, covered in dust, but its presence was unmistakable. A sense of unease washed over him, as though the room itself were holding its breath. The altar was surrounded by strange symbols etched into the stone floor. symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, unnatural glow. Juan could feel the weight of them, as if they were watching him, waiting for him to step into their reach. A chill ran down his spine as he slowly approached the altar. The room felt cold, colder than any place he had been in the mansion so far. And as he got closer, he noticed something else, an object on the altar, wrapped in tattered cloth. His fingers trembled as he reached out and slowly pulled back the fabric. What he uncovered was a book. Its cover was made of worn leather, its edges frayed from years of neglect. But it wasn't the condition of the book that made Juan's blood run cold. It was the symbols embossed on the front. They matched the ones on the floor, the ones he had seen in the documents from the chest. It was the same language, the same dark script that spoke of a pact, a ritual, a sacrifice. He opened the book cautiously, flipping through pages filled with more of the cryptic symbols. The words seemed to swim on the page, shifting and changing before his eyes. But then, as his gaze moved down the pages, one line became clear, a phrase that made his stomach lurch with fear. The sacrifice of the innocent is the price for eternal life. The words echoed in his mind as the meaning began to settle in. The family who had once lived here had made a deal with something far older and far more powerful than anything he could comprehend. They had sacrificed their own people, their own loved ones, to gain immortality. But in doing so, they had condemned themselves to the same fate, trapped within the house, feeding it with the lives of the innocent for eternity. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. The people who had disappeared from the village, the ones he had been investigating, they weren't just victims. They were sacrifices. The house, the entity within it, was using them to fuel its power, to keep the family alive, to keep them trapped in a never-ending cycle of torment. Juan staggered back from the altar, his mind racing. He had to leave. He had to escape before it was too late. But as he turned to flee, something stopped him. The room seemed to shift, the walls closing in, the air growing thicker, heavier. The door that had once stood open was now sealed shut. The wood warped and twisted as though it were alive. The whispers filled the room, louder now, more frantic. "You cannot escape. You belong to us now." A deep, guttural laugh echoed from the shadows, sending a cold shiver down Juan's spine. The laughter was familiar, almost comforting, like a memory he couldn't quite recall. And then, through the darkness, a figure emerged, tall, gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce straight through him. It was the same figure he had seen in the painting, the same one from his nightmares, the leader of the family, the one who had made the pact. "You've learned too much," the figure said, its voice low and cold, like the sound of stone scraping against stone. "Now you must join us. You must become part of the house." Juan's blood ran cold. His thoughts became a whirlwind of confusion and panic. He had no time to think, no time to escape. The figure stepped forward, and as it did, the room seemed to warp and shift once more. The walls seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. The symbols on the floor glowing brighter, their power intensifying. Juan could feel the house pulling him in, consuming him piece by piece. He turned and ran, but the room was no longer the same. It was a labyrinth, twisting and changing, trapping him in its endless corridors. No matter how fast he ran, no matter how hard he tried to escape, he was always back in the same room. The altar, the symbols, the figure, the house. And then, in a moment of clarity, something clicked in his mind. He remembered the ritual, the sacrifice, the pact. He realized what he had to do, but the question gnawed at him. Would he be able to do it? Or would he, like the others before him, be consumed by the house? The walls seemed to close in around him, and the whispers grew louder, more frantic. He was trapped. But in the back of his mind, a single thought lingered. If he couldn't escape, he would have to find a way to destroy the house. Or else, he would become part of its eternal hunger. Chapter 6. Stolen Memories. Juan's mind raced, the horrifying truth about the house and the ancient pact swirling in his thoughts like a maelstrom. The figure, the man from the painting, the leader of the cursed family, still hovered in his mind. His hollow eyes seemed to pierce through the fog of Juan's confusion, judging him, waiting for him to make a move. Every corner of the mansion felt like it was closing in, a suffocating grip tightening around his chest. The walls pulsed with energy, resonating with the malevolent presence that had taken root here. And worse, the whispers never stopped. "You can't escape. You belong to us." Desperation clawed at Juan's chest as he backed away from the altar, his eyes darting around the room. There had to be a way out, there had to be. He couldn't be the next victim. Not like the others. Not like the villagers who had vanished without a trace. The sacrifice. The memory-stealing ritual. He could feel his own memories beginning to slip away, tiny fragments fading like mist in the morning sun. He tried to hold on to them, tried to grasp at the threads of his identity. But the more he fought, the more elusive they became. Faces, names, places all slipping from his mind like sand through his fingers. He clenched his jaw, trying to focus, trying to remember. But the house had already begun its work. He could feel it, the gnawing emptiness where his memories once were. And worse, he could hear the faint sound of something crawling in the dark corners of his mind, stealing them one by one. "Remember," the whispers urged. "You must remember, or you will be lost." The room grew colder, and Juan shivered despite himself. He had to leave. He had to find a way to escape before he lost everything, before he became like them, a part of the house's endless cycle of torment. His footsteps echoed in the silence as he turned toward the door, but as he reached the threshold, a sudden gust of wind slammed it shut, rattling the walls. The house was alive, and it was angry. He spun around, his pulse pounding. The figure from the mirror, the woman with the hollow eyes, stood before him now. Her image flickered, half-formed, like a ghost caught between worlds. But there was something different about her this time. Something more tangible. Her eyes bore into his with a depth of sadness and rage that chilled him to the core. "You can't escape, Juan," she whispered, her voice a low rasp that seemed to reverberate through his bones. "You're already here. You're already part of the house." He took a step back, his hands trembling. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" His voice cracked, desperation, creeping into his words. The woman's mouth twitched into a cruel smile, one that spoke of a history of pain and betrayal. "I was once like you," she said, her voice breaking as she spoke the words. "I was an outsider too, but the house takes everything. It takes your memories, your soul, your very being. And once it has you, it never lets you go." Juan felt his heart plummet into his stomach. The house wasn't just a place, it was a living, breathing entity. It consumed the people who entered, devoured their identities, and left them as shadows of what they once were. The family had made a deal, but in the end, they had been consumed just like everyone else. And now it was his turn. "No," he whispered, his voice cracking. "I won't let it take me. I won't forget." The woman's eyes softened for a moment, a flicker of recognition passing between them. She reached out, her hand brushing the air like it was made of smoke. "You think you have a choice, but you don't," she said softly, her voice filled with an unbearable sorrow. "I fought it. I tried to escape. But in the end, the house remembers, and it will take everything. Even you." Juan's breath quickened as the weight of her words settled in. He could feel the house closing in on him, its dark energy seeping into his very bones. He could feel the memories slipping away, each one more distant than the last. He tried to fight it, tried to hold onto the scraps of his life, but the house was too strong. It was too old. It had lived through countless souls, countless sacrifices, and it would not be denied. "You will forget," the woman's voice echoed in his mind. "You will forget who you are." And with those words, something inside Juan snapped. He collapsed to his knees, his hands clutching his head as waves of dizziness overwhelmed him. His thoughts were no longer his own, the whispers louder now, filling his mind with incoherent fragments. Faces blurred and vanished. Memories shifted, like shadows passing through a fog. He saw flashes of his family, his friends, his life, but it was all slipping away. Was it real? Was any of it real? A violent shudder racked his body as the house's power began to consume him. He could feel the memories being ripped from him, torn away like pages from a book. His hands shook as he tried to hold on to something, anything, but it was futile. He could feel the presence of the entity, the one that had created the pact with the family, crawling through the deepest recesses of his mind. It was hungry. It was waiting. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos, a familiar voice. It was his own, but distant. "You can't forget. You have to remember, you have to fight." It was like a spark of recognition, a last-ditch effort to hold on. His fingers twitched, and the fog in his mind began to lift, just enough for him to hear the voice clearly again. Remember. The ritual. The sacrifice. Juan's eyes snapped open, the words ringing in his ears like a bell. The ritual, the final ritual. It was his only chance, his only hope. He didn't have much time. His memories were fading fast, but there was something in the back of his mind, something important. He had to complete the ritual. It was the only way to break the cycle, to destroy the house and stop it from taking anyone else. But he had no idea what the ritual entailed. He only knew one thing. It had to be done. And if it meant sacrificing his own soul, then so be it. Chapter 7. The Shadow of the Witches. Juan's mind was a battlefield, torn between his fading memories and the relentless force of the house that sought to erase him. The whispers now felt like 1,000 voices, clamoring for his attention, pulling him in all directions. The room was no longer just a room. It was a prison, an extension of the house itself, folding in on him like a dark, suffocating cocoon. His legs felt like lead, his heart thudding with the pounding rhythm of a drum, signaling his impending doom. The figure of the woman, the one who had warned him, was gone, fading into the shadows like a fleeting dream. But her words lingered in his mind, reverberating like the echo of a nightmare that refused to end. "You will forget. You will become part of the house." He could still see her eyes, those hollow, sorrow-filled eyes, and he knew that they were the eyes of every soul the house had claimed. The house was alive, feeding on memory, on suffering. It devoured everything in its path, and now it was coming for him. Juan took a shaky breath and forced himself to stand, his knees weak, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. The pull of the house was strong, and with each passing second, he could feel himself slipping further away. But there was something that had been buried in the back of his mind, like a secret that had almost been forgotten. The ritual, the sacrifice, the dark pact the family had made. It was then that he remembered. A phrase, a line from one of the books he had found earlier. "The house will not let you go until it has what it desires. The price of freedom is memory. The price of life is blood." Juan's heart skipped a beat. Blood. The family had paid with blood sacrifices to fuel the house's power, to keep it alive, to keep themselves alive. But that was the key, wasn't it? The price was blood. But it was not just any blood, it was the blood of someone tied to the house, someone who carried its curse. He staggered toward the door, his mind racing, the puzzle pieces finally starting to fall into place. The family of witches, they had not just made a pact with the demons, they had become them. They had given up their souls for immortality, for power, but they had also bound themselves to the house. The entity within it was not just a spirit, it was the culmination of centuries of rituals, of sacrifices. It was a demon in the truest sense, born from the blood of countless innocent souls, now feeding on those who wandered too close. The walls of the mansion seemed to warp as Juan walked down the hall, the house groaning under the weight of its history. His breath was ragged as he passed the old portraits, the family that had once lived here, their eyes now seeming to follow him with a mix of malice and sorrow. They had been part of the house too, but their fate had been sealed long ago, just as his was now. "You can't escape," the whispers urged. "You are already part of the house. Your soul is ours." But Juan could not, would not accept it. He wasn't just going to let the house consume him. He wasn't going to lose everything, not when he had a chance to fight back, even if it meant sacrificing himself. The ritual he had glimpsed in the book, he knew it wasn't just a trap. It was the key to ending this nightmare. It was his only hope, even if it meant losing his soul to destroy the house. Suddenly, a sound broke through his thoughts, a low, rasping voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You are too late, Juan." He froze in his tracks, his body instinctively tensing. He knew that voice. It was the figure he had seen in the mirror, the leader of the witch family, the one who had made the pact with the demon. "You cannot destroy what is already part of you." The figure stepped out from the shadows, its gaunt face illuminated by the flickering light of a nearby candle. Its eyes, dark and empty, locked onto Juan's, and for a moment, it felt as though the entire house held its breath. Juan's heart pounded in his chest, his thoughts scrambling. "I'll stop you. I'll end this," he muttered, more to himself than to the figure. The leader's lips twisted into a cruel smile. "You think you can destroy the house? You think you can erase centuries of darkness with a single act of defiance? Foolish boy, you are already inside it. Your memories are ours. Your blood is ours. Your soul is ours." Juan clenched his fists, fighting back the wave of terror that threatened to engulf him. The figure was right in front of him now, its eyes like pits of darkness, its presence suffocating. But Juan didn't flinch. He had come too far to turn back now. He knew the ritual wasn't just a tool for destruction, it was a way to reverse the pact. If he could reach the altar, perform the steps correctly, he could break the house's hold over him and the spirits trapped within it. With a sudden, violent movement, the figure reached out, its bony fingers grasping Juan by the wrist. The coldness of its touch was like ice, seeping through his skin and into his veins. He gasped, feeling his thoughts start to slip away, the house's influence overwhelming him. "No," he whispered, gritting his teeth. He would not let this thing win. Not when he was so close. In a final act of desperation, Juan reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the book, the one with the dark symbols. He held it in front of him like a shield, and the moment he did, the figure recoiled, hissing like a snake. The air in the room shifted, heavy with the presence of something ancient, something powerful. The book was a key, a way to harness the power of the house, not just to break the curse, but to undo it entirely. The figure snarled, its face contorting in rage as it backed away, but its words were cold and final. "You are too late, Juan. The house has already taken its toll on you. There is nothing you can do to undo what is already done. But Juan didn't listen. He raised the book high, the symbols glowing faintly in the dim light. The air grew electric, charged with an energy that made his skin prickle. The house trembled around him as if it were alive and furious. The ritual had begun. Chapter 8. The Awakening of the House. The air in the room grew thick with tension as Juan held the book high, its pages crackling like dry leaves. The symbols on the cover glowed faintly, the ancient runes stirring in response to the dark energy pulsing through the house. Every nerve in his body screamed at him to flee, to run from the terrifying force that was awakening all around him. But he couldn't. He wouldn't. The figure, the leader of the witch family, had retreated into the shadows, its presence still lingering like a foul stench. But Juan knew he had no time to waste. The ritual had begun. There was no turning back now. The house was coming to life, and it was hungry. He could feel it in his bones, a restless energy seeping through the walls, crawling into his mind. It was alive and aware of him, of the threat he posed. Juan took a deep breath and forced himself to focus. His memories were slipping away, his sense of self fraying at the edges, but he had to push through. For the village, he whispered, a mantra to remind himself of why he had come. For those who disappeared. The floor beneath his feet seemed to shift, groaning under an invisible weight. The walls were no longer static, no longer just cold stone and wood. They moved like living things, their surfaces rippling as if the house were breathing. The whispers, which had been distant murmurs before, now pressed in on him from all sides, a cacophony of voices, each one claiming a piece of his mind. You cannot escape. You belong to us now. You are part of the house. Your soul is ours. Juan's heart raced. He could feel the house pulling at his consciousness, trying to consume him. But he clenched his jaw and held the book tighter. He had to finish the ritual, no matter what. The words on the pages began to blur, shifting and twisting, but the symbols were clear enough now. He needed only to speak the incantation aloud, and then the house would reveal its final secret. A cold wind whipped through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging him into darkness. For a moment, everything was silent. The air was thick, heavy with anticipation. And then, a voice low and guttural, like the growl of a beast, spoke from the shadows. Foolish mortal, you think you can undo what was set in motion long ago? The house is eternal. You cannot stop what has already begun. Juan's grip on the book tightened as his pulse raced. He could feel the power of the house building, gathering like a storm ready to break. He had to finish this. His words trembled as he spoke the incantation, each syllable carrying the weight of generations, the burden of a pact made long ago. I call upon the blood that was spilled, upon the souls that were taken. I break the chains of the past. I demand release. I demand freedom. For a moment, there was nothing. No sound, no movement. The house seemed to hold its breath, and then, with a deafening crack, the air around him shattered. The ground beneath his feet buckled as though the mansion itself was being torn apart. The walls groaned and moaned, their surfaces twisting, warping, as if the house were alive and in pain. The book in Juan's hands burned with an intense, blinding light, the symbols on its pages flaring to life. The energy in the room became unbearable, a pressure so strong it threatened to crush him. He stumbled backward, his head spinning, the ground shifting beneath him. The house was reacting, fighting against the ritual, but Juan had already set it in motion. There was no stopping it now. You cannot destroy us. We are the house. We are eternal. The voice snarled, growing louder, angrier. The leader of the family's figure materialized again in front of him, its eyes wide with fury. You cannot take away what is ours. But Juan didn't flinch. He lifted the book higher, its light now blinding, its power overwhelming. His thoughts began to blur, but he focused on the incantation, on the one thing that remained clear in his mind. I break the pact. I sever the bond. You are no longer my master. You are no longer my prison. A violent tremor shook the entire mansion, the walls cracking and splintering as though the house itself were being torn asunder. The light from the book intensified, now a beacon in the darkness. The figure of the family's leader shrieked, its voice high-pitched and distorted, but Juan barely heard it. He was too focused, too determined. This was the only way. This was the only chance. The house screamed, a sound like 1,000 tortured souls rising from the depths, clawing at the edges of reality. The very foundation of the mansion seemed to shudder, groaning in agony as the ritual reached its apex. The floor beneath Juan's feet buckled, and he stumbled, falling to his knees as the ground cracked open. And then, a sudden silence. The house went still. Juan's heart pounded in his chest as he looked around. The walls had stopped shifting, the pressure had lifted. But something was wrong. The air was heavy, still, as though the entire mansion had exhaled after a long, suffocating breath. The light from the book faded, leaving him in darkness once more. But when he looked up, he saw something that made his blood run cold. The family was still there, standing in the shadows, their eyes empty and hollow. They hadn't left. They hadn't been freed. "You can never destroy us," the voice of the family's leader echoed from the depths of the mansion. "You have only made us stronger." The house was not just a place. It was a living entity, an ancient force that could not be undone. It had absorbed everything, every soul, every sacrifice. The ritual had not broken the pact. It had only strengthened it. Juan's breath caught in his throat. He had failed. Chapter 9. The Last Ritual. The silence in the aftermath of the ritual was deafening, and Juan felt a chill creep over him as the darkness pressed in like a suffocating blanket. The walls of the house had stopped moving, the house itself seemingly calm, but something about the stillness felt wrong, unnatural. His pulse quickened, his breath shallow. The family's figures stood in the shadows, their hollow eyes burning with an intensity that threatened to consume him. They hadn't been freed. They hadn't been destroyed. In fact, they seemed to be growing stronger. Juan's hands trembled as he slowly stood, his legs weak beneath him. The house groaned, as if it were waking from a long slumber, its very bones creaking and shifting. He could feel its malevolent presence seeping through every crack and crevice, crawling up his spine, feeding on his fear. He had made a terrible mistake. The ritual, whatever it had been, hadn't weakened the house. It had given it more power. He had fed it, and now there was no escape. "You fool!" the voice of the family's leader echoed, its tone cold and bitter. The figure of the leader stepped out of the shadows, its form flickering and warping as though it could not decide whether it was human or something else entirely. "You cannot fight us. You cannot fight what is already within you. The house is alive, and now it has you." Juan staggered backward, his heart pounding in his chest. The book, the ancient tome that had once been his hope, now felt like a curse. Its pages burned and singed from the light of the ritual. He could hear it whispering to him, urging him to listen, to follow. But he would not. He refused to be swallowed by this nightmare. The family's eyes followed him, each one filled with a hunger that went beyond death. They were not ghosts, not phantoms. They were something far worse, twisted souls, bound to the house by a pact made long ago. And now they were using him to further their endless torment. The house had taken everything from them, and now it sought to take everything from him too. "You will not escape, Juan," the figure said again, its voice now a rasping hiss, almost like a snarl. "You will never leave, not while we remain, not while the house feeds on your soul." Juan's mind reeled. The air seemed to vibrate with the house's hunger, and it felt as though the very ground beneath him was alive, thrumming with dark power. His memories, his life were already slipping away. Faces and places faded from his mind as the house fed on his essence, on the very core of who he was. The house did not just consume physical bodies. It consumed the self, the identity, the memories of those who entered. He glanced around desperately, trying to find something, anything that could help. The house was closing in, its presence filling every corner, every inch of space. He could feel it in his skin, in his bones, in his very thoughts. The whispers were louder now, the voices urging him to give in, to accept the fate that awaited him. "You can't fight it," the voice of the leader sneered. "The more you struggle, the more you will lose. You are ours. All that you were, all that you ever will be, is now part of the house. The last ritual is already begun." The last ritual. Juan's mind raced. What did that mean? The ritual he had just performed had not ended the pact. It had only awakened it. But awakened it for what? His heart clenched. The last ritual. The words echoed in his mind, and a sick realization settled into his gut. There was no end to this. The house, the family, the pact, it was all one, a never-ending cycle of torment and consumption. The house had no intention of freeing anyone. It was feeding, and the only way it would ever stop was if it consumed everyone. His chest tightened, and panic surged through him. There has to be a way out, he thought. There had to be something, some hidden secret, some last shred of hope buried deep within this cursed mansion. He glanced toward the altar, where the book had fallen, its pages still open, the symbols burning faintly in the dim light. Could there be something he had missed? Was there something, anything that could reverse this nightmare? He stumbled toward the altar, his mind fuzzy, thoughts slipping away like water through his fingers. The house had taken so much already. His memories, his strength, his hope, everything was fading. He could feel himself being drawn into its grip, but he had to keep fighting. He had to. "It's too late," the voice hissed behind him, and Juan turned to face the family. "You have already chosen. You are no longer Juan Mendoza. You are part of us now. The house is alive, and it will never let you go." The walls groaned, the air crackling with dark energy. The house was closing in, its presence suffocating, its hunger insatiable. Juan could hear the distant echoes of those who had come before him, their voices lost in the void of the house. The souls who had been consumed, who had faded into the house's depths. They were still here, trapped in the endless cycle, but Juan would not become one of them. Not without a fight. With every ounce of strength he had left, he reached out, his hand trembling as he grasped the book. The symbols seemed to glow brighter now, responding to his desperation, to the final desperate flicker of hope that still burned within him. The house was trying to take him, to erase him, but he would not allow it. He would not let it win. He whispered the incantation again, the words faltering, but steady in his resolve. "I break the chains. I sever the bond. I am not yours. I am not part of you." The house trembled. The walls shook. The ground beneath him cracked open. For a moment everything went silent again. Juan held his breath, praying that this time it would work. And then, with an explosion of energy, the mansion screamed. Chapter 10. The Price of Memory. The earth shuddered beneath Juan's feet, and the house let out a sound unlike any he had ever heard, a mixture of pain, rage, and sorrow. It was as if the very heart of the mansion was being torn apart. The walls bent and groaned, twisting like a living organism. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the air became thick with a foul, suffocating stench. Juan could taste the bitterness of it, as though the very atmosphere was choking him, trying to suffocate the last breath of defiance he had left. His legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to the floor, the book still clutched tightly in his hands. The symbols on its pages burned with an otherworldly light, their glow flickering and shifting with an intensity that nearly blinded him. He could hear the voices again, the whispers, the howls, the cries of those who had come before him. All the souls trapped within the house, all the memories consumed by its hunger, swirling together in a cacophony of torment. The house was alive, and it was angry. It had fed on so many over the centuries, and now it was ready to consume him completely. He could feel his memories slipping away, fading into the shadows like forgotten dreams. The faces of his family, the streets of the village, the stories he had once known, they were all blurring into nothingness. It was as though the house had claimed not just his body, but his very identity, erasing the man he had once been. "You cannot escape." The voice of the family's leader echoed through the darkness, cold and triumphant. "You are nothing. You are already part of us. The house has taken you. It has taken your soul." Juan's chest tightened. His mind raced, but it was growing harder to think, to hold on to the fragments of his past, his life, his name, his purpose. Everything was slipping through his fingers like sand. The house was devouring him, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. His vision blurred, and he felt himself sinking into the abyss, his thoughts unraveling with each passing second. "This is how it ends," he thought. "This is the price I pay for my curiosity." But then, a single thought pierced the fog of his fading mind. The house was alive. It fed on memories. It devoured souls. But what if there was a way to take it all back? The idea struck him like a bolt of lightning, a desperate last-ditch attempt to fight back. What if he had to sacrifice something? No, not something. Someone. Not just anyone himself. His memories. His life. He staggered to his feet, ignoring the searing pain in his chest, the dizziness in his head. His eyes locked onto the altar in front of him, the place where the house's dark energy pulsed strongest. He had felt it before, the connection, the link between himself and the mansion. It was not just a place of horror. It was a living thing, born of blood and sacrifice. And if he could sever that connection, if he could sever himself from it, maybe he could stop the house from feeding, stop it from claiming any more lives. But it would come at a cost. The house had consumed memories before, and Juan now understood the true nature of its power. If he wanted to destroy the mansion, to free the souls trapped within it, he would have to sacrifice everything, every single memory, every piece of himself. He would have to erase his own existence, his name, his past, his future. Everything would vanish. And in that moment, the house would lose its hold. Juan closed his eyes, the weight of the decision crushing him. The house was watching, waiting for him to make his choice. The air was thick with its hunger. He could feel it pulling at him, twisting his thoughts, urging him to give in. But he resisted, focusing on the one thing that remained clear. The house would not let anyone go. It would never stop feeding unless it was destroyed from within. "You cannot do it," the voice of the leader whispered, its tone laced with disdain. "You cannot break the pact. You cannot destroy us. You are nothing without us." Juan's fingers trembled as he held the book, its pages now glowing with a fierce, otherworldly energy. He could feel the house pressing in on him from all sides, but the ritual had already begun. His memories were slipping away, faster now, as if the house were taking its last feast before he could sever the bond. With a final, desperate cry, Juan placed his hand on the altar, pressing the book against the surface. The symbols on the pages flared to life, burning with an intensity that felt like fire in his soul. He could feel his memories unraveling, his thoughts scattering like leaves in a storm. Faces, places, words, everything he had ever known was vanishing, being consumed by the very thing that had trapped him here. The house was taking him, taking all of him. And then, in the final moment, as his memories burned away, Juan understood the truth. The house had never truly been a house. It was a prison of memory, a prison of suffering. It had been built on the backs of those who had made the ultimate sacrifices of blood and soul. And now it was his turn. With one final heartbreaking breath, Juan let go. The house screamed as its hold over him was broken, its walls cracking and splintering in the violent backlash of his sacrifice. The mansion shook, its very foundation crumbling under the weight of his decision. The curse that had bound him, that had bound the house, was shattered. And in that moment, as the house tore itself apart, he felt a fleeting, final sense of peace. He was free. The house was no more. The Midnight Cult. Chapter 1. The First Victim. The town of San Felipe was hidden deep within the heart of the jungle, an isolated speck on a map few dared to visit. The morning air was thick with humidity, the oppressive silence broken only by the rustle of trees swaying under the weight of the humid wind. Mist clung to the ground like a ghostly shroud, and the only sound was the distant call of birds, their cries echoing through the dense foliage. Yet something was wrong. The usual morning bustle had a tense undercurrent, as though even the land itself was holding its breath. Detective Laura Hernandez arrived at the scene as the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched over the cobbled streets of the village. Her boots crunched over the gravel as she made her way through the small crowd gathered at the edge of the forest, each villager's eyes locked in grim curiosity. She was a woman of few words, but her presence had the weight of authority that immediately hushed the murmurs around her. Despite her seasoned calm, a knot tightened in her stomach as she caught sight of what lay ahead. There, just beyond the edge of the trees, the body of a young man lay sprawled in the underbrush, his pale skin almost glowing against the dark, damp earth. His arms were outstretched, fingers splayed wide as if frozen mid-scream. His eyes, once a vibrant brown, had turned a milky white, staring into nothingness. What struck Laura most, though, was the strange array of symbols carved into his chest, their jagged lines almost gleaming in the soft light. These weren't the marks of a simple killer. They were ritualistic, deliberate. She crouched beside the body, her sharp eyes scanning every detail. The forensics team had already begun their work, but the silence of the scene was palpable. There was no sign of struggle, no blood spilled in a way that made sense. The cuts on his chest were clean, almost surgical. But what unsettled Laura more than anything was the feeling in the air, the distinct sense that something far darker than a murder had taken place. "Detective Hernandez," said a voice from behind her. It was Carlos, the town's chief of police, his face grim as he stepped forward. His eyes were red, the kind of redness that came from sleepless nights and too many unanswered questions. This isn't like anything we've seen before." Laura stood, her expression unreadable. "What was his name?" "Manuel Diaz. He was a farmhand, just a kid, really, 17 years old." Carlos hesitated. "But the real question is, what happened to him? This isn't just a murder, it's something else." Laura glanced back down at the body. The symbols were etched into his skin with unnerving precision, and there was a dark pattern emerging in the way they were arranged, almost like a map. She took a breath, steadying herself, and crouched again, her fingers brushing the blood-stained earth. Something about this felt wrong on a deeper level than she could yet understand. But she knew one thing: the village was hiding something. The wind shifted, brushing past her face with a chill that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The whispers of the crowd had grown louder now, a mix of fear and suspicion. Some of the villagers looked away, their eyes darting nervously. Others murmured under their breath, words Laura couldn't quite make out, but that sent a shiver through her spine. She straightened, feeling an unease she couldn't shake. These people, they knew something, and they weren't sharing it. "Have you spoken to anyone who may have seen anything?" she asked Carlos, her voice sharp. He shook his head. "We've talked to the neighbors. No one saw anything unusual. Manuel was alone when he disappeared. That's what makes it all the more strange. It's like he just walked into the woods and never came back." Laura turned her gaze back to the symbols, her mind racing. She had seen things like this before, rituals, the kind that operated outside the boundaries of reason, things that whispered of old, forgotten gods and the darker aspects of human nature. But this wasn't some urban legend. This was real. And it was happening now, right in front of her. The team had finished their initial assessment, but Laura wasn't ready to leave. She bent down once more, brushing her fingers over the jagged markings, feeling the sickening tug of something ancient, something malicious. In that moment, she realized the truth. This wasn't just a death. This was a warning. "Get me everything you can on this town," Laura said quietly, not taking her eyes off the body. "We're not dealing with a simple killer. We're dealing with something much worse." Carlos didn't argue. He simply nodded and stepped away, the tension in his shoulders betraying his own fear. Laura stayed by the body, staring down at the young man who had been torn from this world far too soon. The air around her seemed to grow heavier, the world darker, as the first step into the heart of darkness had just begun. Chapter 2. Traces in the Dark. The days that followed the discovery of Manuel Diaz's body felt as though the sun itself had been swallowed whole by a thick blanket of clouds. In San Felipe, life carried on with a strange kind of urgency, as though the villagers were all walking with one eye cast over their shoulders, waiting for something, anything, to break the tension. The air was heavier, and the forest seemed to grow even more oppressive, its shadows twisting with secrets. Detective Laura Hernandez sat in the town's small, dimly lit police station, surrounded by a mess of maps and old case files. She sifted through them methodically, the weight of the town's history pressing down on her shoulders. There was nothing particularly remarkable about San Felipe, just a small farming village with a few hundred inhabitants and a reputation for being largely untouched by the outside world. But there was something about the town that didn't sit right with her. The people were reserved, distant, and above all, reluctant to speak about the past. Her mind kept circling back to the symbols carved into Manuel's body. They weren't just random cuts. They formed a pattern, a language, one that hadn't been used in centuries. Laura was no expert in ancient cultures, but the symbols resembled archaic signs she had seen in old texts, ritual markings used by cults long abandoned. The notion that something as dark as a cult could be hidden in a place like this both terrified and intrigued her. She leaned back in her chair, massaging her temples. The town's history was sparse, but there were whispers, rumors, stories her sources in the city had pointed to. Things the older villagers spoke of in hushed tones. Some spoke of strange happenings deep in the jungle, of ancient ceremonies performed under the cover of darkness. Others recalled tales of Los Hijos de la Medianoche, the Children of Midnight, an ancient group believed to have vanished long ago after performing unspeakable rituals. Laura's gut told her this wasn't coincidence. She needed to know more about the town's history and its people, especially those who had lived here the longest. She needed to find out if any of the residents might have seen something that could explain the symbols and the darkness now creeping over them all. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Carlos entered without waiting for a response, holding a file in his hands. His face was drawn, and his eyes held the same haunted look that had been there since the body had been found. "We found something," he said, dropping the file on her desk. "A connection." Laura raised an eyebrow, flipping open the file. It contained a record of disappearances, long-forgotten cases from decades ago. All eerily similar. Each person had vanished without a trace, and no one had ever come forward with any meaningful information. But what caught Laura's attention was the pattern. The disappearances had occurred every few years, always around the same time just before the full moon. It was like the town itself was caught in a cycle, as if something was drawing people into the forest. "How did we miss this?" Laura murmured, scanning the documents more closely. Carlos shook his head. These cases were closed long ago. No one talked about them after the first few investigations. But I dug through the archives. I think these are more connected than we realized. I believe we're dealing with something that's been going on for a long time. Laura closed the file, her mind racing. The pieces were starting to fall into place, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was walking in the dark, unable to see the larger picture. The symbols on Manuel's body, the disappearances, the town's fear of the forest, it was all connected. But how? And why now? "We need to talk to the elders," Laura said firmly. "The ones who've been here since the beginning. Someone knows something." Carlos nodded, though there was a hint of unease in his expression. "I'll arrange it, but be careful, Laura. There's something about this town, something not right. I've lived here my whole life, and I've never seen it like this." Laura stood, her jaw set. "I don't believe in coincidence, and I don't believe this is just fear or superstition. Someone is hiding the truth, and I'm going to find it." She left the police station and made her way through the narrow, winding streets of the village. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth, the looming jungle ever present in the distance. As she passed the local market, the vendors fell silent, their eyes following her every step. The weight of their gaze was unsettling, as if they were all silently judging her, waiting to see what she would do next. No one spoke, but the tension in the air was palpable. Laura headed toward the oldest house in the village, the one perched on the edge of the forest, where the eldest members of the town lived. The house was a crumbling relic of a bygone era, its wooden walls weathered and worn by time. The elders here were more than just old. They were the keepers of the village's history, the ones who held the secrets that had been passed down through generations. And if anyone knew what had really happened all those years ago, it was them. As she approached the door, a sense of dread washed over her. She knocked once, twice, and waited. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a woman who looked as though she had stepped out of time itself. Her skin was weathered and her eyes clouded with age, but her gaze was sharp, like a hawk watching its prey. "You've come about the boy," the woman said, her voice low but steady. "You're asking the wrong questions." Laura's heart skipped a beat. The woman knew. "The boy wasn't the first," the woman continued, her words hanging in the air like a curse. "And he won't be the last." Chapter 3. The Witness. Laura's heart raced as she stood on the threshold of the elder's home. The woman's words, heavy with an ominous weight, clung to her like a curse. "He won't be the last." The implications of that simple statement were chilling. The boy, Manuel, was just the beginning. But what did that mean for the rest of the villagers? What kind of force could be lurking in the jungle, capable of pulling people into the depths of darkness? Before Laura could respond, the woman stepped back and gestured for her to enter. "Come inside, detective. I've been waiting for you." Laura hesitated for a moment, but something in the elder's tone compelled her to follow. The house was dimly lit, the air thick with the musty scent of old wood and herbs. The walls were lined with faded photographs, relics of a time long past. There was a strange stillness in the air, as if the very space itself was holding its breath. Laura moved through the narrow corridor, the creaking floorboards beneath her feet amplifying the silence. Inside, the elder led her to a small room, where a fire burned low in the hearth. The woman gestured for Laura to sit, her eyes never leaving the detective's face. "I have watched you, detective," she said, her voice a rasp. "You are like the others. You think you can uncover what is hidden, but you will only endanger yourself." Laura's pulse quickened. She wasn't sure if the woman was trying to warn her or discourage her from continuing, but the warning felt like a challenge. "I'm not afraid of danger," she replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "But I need to understand what happened to that boy, and what will happen next." The elder paused, her gaze distant, as if lost in a memory too painful to revisit. After a long silence, she spoke again. "There are things in this world that cannot be understood. Things that have been here far longer than us, older than any of the stories you've heard. The boy Manuel, he was chosen." "Chosen?" Laura echoed, her mind struggling to make sense of the words. "Chosen for what?" "Los hijos de la medianoche," the woman murmured, as though the very name tasted foul on her tongue. "The children of midnight. They have always existed in the darkness, feeding on fear, on the purity of the innocent. Every few decades they return, and when they do, they mark one among us to be their next sacrifice." Laura's stomach twisted. She had heard of such cults before, ancient, forgotten groups who worshipped darker forces, but she had never encountered one in real life. The idea of a cult operating in the heart of a small town, sacrificing people for some twisted ritual, seemed like the stuff of nightmares. But the elder's eyes, hard as stone, told a different story, one she could no longer dismiss as superstition. "Where do they come from?" Laura asked, her voice low. The elder's lips quivered as she reached for a small, weathered book on a shelf beside her. She opened it, revealing pages filled with symbols that made Laura's blood run cold. They were the same symbols that had been carved into Manuel's body, the same markings she had seen in the old files, the same ones that were now etched into the very fabric of the town's history. "Los hijos de la medianoche are not just men," the elder continued, her voice trembling. "They are something ancient, something that has always been here, in the shadows. They were once human, long ago, but they changed. They sought immortality, and in doing so, they lost their humanity. Now, they are bound to the forest, to the moon, to the dark rituals that keep them alive." Laura stared at the book, her mind reeling. The words on the pages seemed to shift, swirling like a dark mist. She felt as though the ground beneath her was giving way, as though the very air was closing in on her, suffocating her. "But Manuel, why him?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The elder closed the book with a soft sigh. Manuel was pure, a soul untouched by the evils of the world. The children of midnight require purity innocence to fuel their rituals. They choose their sacrifices carefully, and once one is marked, the rest will follow. The moon will rise, the ritual will begin, and the town will fall. Laura stood up abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor with a deafening screech. "So, what can I do?" she demanded, her voice shaking with urgency. "How do we stop this?" The elder's eyes darkened. "You cannot stop them, child. Once they have come, they must be appeased. The ritual must be completed, or the curse will spread to everyone. There is only one way to end it, and it will cost you more than you are willing to give." Laura's breath caught in her throat. She wasn't sure what she had expected, but it certainly wasn't this no clear path, No immediate solution. Only more questions. More fear. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice strained. The elder's lips curved into a bitter smile. "You must find the leader of Los Hijos de la Medianoche before the next full moon. Kill him before the ritual is completed, or else this town will become theirs." Laura's hands clenched into fists, the weight of her responsibility crashing down on her. She had no choice but to face the horror, to confront whatever evil lurked in the darkness of San Felipe. But who could she trust? The townspeople were tight-lipped, and the only person who seemed to know anything was this cryptic old woman who spoke in riddles and warnings. The elder reached out and grabbed Laura's wrist with surprising strength, her eyes locking onto Laura's with an intensity that sent a chill down her spine. "Do not underestimate them. They have eyes everywhere. The children of midnight do not forgive. If you try to fight them, you will become their next victim." Laura nodded slowly, her mind spinning. She had to find answers, fast, and she had to stay one step ahead of the cult before it was too late. As she stepped out of the elder's house, the night air felt colder than before. The trees loomed like silent sentinels in the distance, their branches twisting like gnarled hands. Laura felt the weight of their watchful eyes, as if the very forest was alive, waiting for her to make her move. But where could she go? Who could she turn to? The darkness was closing in, and Laura knew there was no turning back now. She was trapped in a web of ancient rituals, with a countdown ticking toward an unimaginable end. Chapter 4. The Internal Struggle. The night air hung heavy with the promise of impending danger. As Laura walked away from the elder's house, she felt a gnawing unease coil in her chest. Every step she took felt as though the ground was shifting beneath her, as if something invisible was tugging at her very soul. The elder's words echoed in her mind, louder with every passing moment. "Do not underestimate them." She had seen the fear in the old woman's eyes, the desperation that lingered in her voice. It was the kind of fear that made Laura question everything she thought she knew about reality. She paused at the edge of the village, the jungle looming ahead like a hungry beast waiting to devour her. There was no turning back now. The weight of the task before her was immense, yet something inside Laura felt drawn to the darkness that surrounded the town. She didn't know if it was the adrenaline coursing through her veins, or if the pull was something deeper, something the cult had planted in her mind, but the thought of confronting Los Hijos de la Medianoche felt inevitable. And strangely, it felt like she was being guided, as if some unseen force had already chosen her for this path. A shiver ran down her spine as she made her way back to the police station. Carlos was still there, going over the files with a look of exhaustion etched into his features. He hadn't left the station since the body was discovered. Laura wasn't sure if it was duty or dread that kept him rooted in that small, dimly lit room. But she knew he was holding something back. The air between them had shifted in the past few days, as if the walls of trust had cracked, and now everything felt uncertain. "You're still up?" Laura asked as she entered, her voice more strained than she intended. Carlos glanced up, his eyes darkened from lack of sleep. He didn't answer immediately, just set down the file in front of him and sighed. "I couldn't sleep," he said, his voice hoarse. "I keep thinking about what you said earlier, the disappearances, the ritual. This town has secrets, Laura, ones I don't think we're ready to face." Laura took a deep breath, then seated herself across from him. "I've been thinking about that too. The elder, she's not wrong. This isn't just a string of random murders. There's something bigger at play here, something ancient. Los Hijos de la Medianoche. They've been waiting. The ritual, it's happening again." Carlos looked up sharply. "The children of midnight? That's just an old tale, a myth. You can't seriously be considering that." "I don't have a choice," Laura replied, her voice steady but laced with frustration. "The evidence is there. The symbols, the disappearances, everything points to it. And now I can't shake the feeling that they're already inside this town, watching us." Carlos opened his mouth to protest, but before he could speak, Laura held up a hand. "I'm not saying I believe in everything the elder said, but I do believe something's controlling this town. We're not dealing with a normal case. I can feel it. It's in the air, in the way people look at us, like we're trespassing on their territory." There was a long silence between them. Carlos's eyes narrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. "What are you suggesting? That one of us is involved? That we're surrounded by cultists?" "I don't know, Carlos," Laura admitted, rubbing her eyes wearily. "But I can't shake the feeling that someone in this town knows exactly what's happening and they're trying to keep it hidden. I've seen it in their eyes, the way they avoid the questions, the way they talk around the truth." Carlos leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling as if searching for answers in the peeling paint above him. "So what do we do now? The full moon's only a few days away. We're running out of time." Laura's stomach clenched. The full moon was the final marker, the moment when the ritual would be completed, and Los Hijos de la Medianoche would have all the power they sought. But the more she thought about it, the more it seemed as if time was already slipping away. The cult had started its work long before Manuel had been sacrificed, and the other disappearances were no coincidence. "I think I need to talk to more people," Laura said, her voice barely a whisper. "I need to find out who's behind this, who's involved." Carlos looked at her, a mix of concern and suspicion on his face. "You want to put yourself at risk again? You heard the elder. You can't fight this. And what about the people in the town? Some of them might be involved," Laura finished for him. Her eyes were sharp, and a deep resolve had settled over her. "Exactly. They've been hiding behind their silence for too long. Someone knows something. And if I can find the right person, someone who's willing to talk, we might just have a chance." Carlos exhaled slowly, his lips pressed into a thin line. "And what if you're wrong, Laura? What if you're walking straight into their trap?" "I don't have a choice," Laura said again, more firmly this time. "If I don't do something, if we don't stop this, the town's already doomed." But even as she spoke, a voice in the back of her mind whispered doubts. What if the cult wasn't just waiting for the ritual to be completed? What if it had already begun working its influence on her? She had already felt it, the strange, subtle tug in her thoughts, the nagging sensation that something was altering her perception, clouding her judgment. It was as if the cult was already planting its seeds in her mind, warping her thoughts and emotions. It was impossible to ignore it now. There was something changing inside her, a creeping darkness that tugged at her sanity, threatening to take hold. It was like a slow poison, insidious and silent, crawling beneath her skin. Laura wasn't sure if it was the pressure of the case or something more sinister, but she felt as though she was no longer fully in control of herself. Was this what the elder had meant? Was she already becoming a part of the cult's twisted game, without even realizing it? The longer she stayed in San Felipe, the more Laura felt herself slipping into a fog. The boundaries between right and wrong were blurring, and with every step she took toward the truth, the line between hunter and prey became harder to distinguish. Could she really trust herself? Or had the cult already begun to work its insidious magic on her, manipulating her thoughts, her fears, her very will? As the night stretched on, Laura felt herself growing weaker, as though the oppressive atmosphere of the town was smothering her every breath. The darkness wasn't just in the jungle anymore, it was inside her too. And with each passing moment, she wasn't sure if she was still fighting the cult or becoming one of them. Chapter 5. The Sacrifice. The next few days felt like an endless march towards something inevitable, something that loomed on the horizon with the dark weight of a storm. The full moon was fast approaching, and the town of San Felipe seemed to grow even quieter, as if the villagers themselves had resigned themselves to whatever fate awaited them. They no longer looked at Laura with curiosity or suspicion, only with weary, knowing eyes. It was as though they had already seen what she was about to discover, and they were powerless to stop it. Or perhaps they no longer cared. Laura spent her time talking to anyone who would listen, but the results were always the same: silence. No one wanted to speak openly, and those who did only spoke in cryptic phrases that led her in circles. It became clear that the villagers were either too terrified to speak, or worse, complicit in the ritualistic horrors taking place around them. The one thing that stood out, however, was the common thread that linked the victims there: purity. Each of the murdered had been clean of sin, untouched by the vices and corruptions of the world. She couldn't help but feel a creeping sense of unease as she began to understand what this meant. The cult wasn't just choosing random people to sacrifice. They were selecting those who had the least darkness in them, those whose very innocence would feed whatever monstrous entity they were trying to summon. The more Laura thought about it, the more sickened she became. To them, purity was not a gift, it was a commodity, a means to an end, and that end was terrifying beyond measure. Her mind kept returning to the elder's words: "The ritual must be completed, or the curse will spread." She had no way of knowing exactly how this curse worked, but she knew enough to understand that Los Hijos de la Medianoche needed to complete their gruesome ritual to fully awaken whatever force they were summoning. A force that, once unleashed, would never stop. Not until it had consumed everything in its path. But the more Laura investigated, the more it seemed that the townspeople themselves were not just bystanders. They were active participants. They had chosen to keep the ritual alive, to protect their own hidden lives by feeding the darkness. And it sickened her that so many seemed willing to turn a blind eye to the atrocities being committed in their midst. They were complicit in the horror, whether they admitted it or not. Laura's thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. It was Carlos. His voice was tight, as if he had just received a blow he couldn't shake. "Laura," he said, "I need you to come to the morgue. There's something you need to see." Her heart sank. She had been hoping for a breakthrough, but she feared what this discovery might be. The idea that something darker than human cruelty was at work had crossed her mind many times, but now it seemed like the truth was inching closer. Reluctantly, she made her way to the morgue, the feeling of dread clinging to her like a second skin. When she arrived, Carlos was waiting outside, looking grim. His face was pale and his eyes were hollow, as though sleep had abandoned him altogether. "It's worse than we thought," he said, leading her into the sterile, dimly lit room. The body on the table was fresh, just arrived. At first glance, it appeared to be another victim of the cult, another innocent soul sacrificed for whatever twisted purpose had claimed Manuel's life. But as Laura moved closer, a sense of unease began to settle over her. There was something different about this body, something that made her skin crawl. The victim was a woman, barely in her 20s. Her face was peaceful, almost serene, as though she had been asleep. But it wasn't the face that caught Laura's attention, it was the marks on her chest. Carved into her skin, just below the ribs, was a series of symbols that Laura immediately recognized. The same symbols from Manuel's body, the same that had been seen in the ancient texts. But this time, they were different. The symbols on the woman's body were more intricate, more elaborate, almost as if they had been evolving over time, as if the ritual itself was changing. There was a new symbol in the center, a circle within a circle, with jagged lines spiraling outward like a dark flower. It wasn't just a pattern. It felt alive. Laura's breath caught in her throat. This woman, she wasn't just a victim, was she? Carlos shook his head, his expression unreadable. Number she was chosen, Laura. She was pure. There's a difference. She was selected. The others were sacrifices, but this one was meant to serve as something more. A vessel. A vessel for what? Laura asked, her voice barely a whisper. Carlos glanced around the morgue, as though checking to make sure no one was listening. I don't know, but whatever they're summoning, it's evolving. This is different. This isn't just some ritual from the past. This is something ancient, something that's been waiting to come back. Laura stepped back, feeling dizzy. Her mind raced as she tried to piece together the fragments of this nightmarish puzzle. The cult, the symbols, the victims, it was all tied together. But the significance of this latest murder, the symbols on the woman's chest, told her that the cult's power was not just ancient. It was evolving, adapting. And that meant they were getting closer to achieving their goal. The full moon was only days away, and with it, the final ritual. But now, Laura knew that stopping it was more complicated than she had imagined. It wasn't just about stopping the cult anymore, it was about preventing an ancient force from being unleashed on the world. A force that had been growing, adapting, evolving with each sacrifice, and that meant time was running out. Chapter 6. The cult reveals itself. Laura didn't sleep that night. She couldn't. The image of the woman's body, the strange, intricate symbols on her chest, kept playing over and over in her mind. It was as if they were etched into her own thoughts, a brand she couldn't erase. And the more she thought about it, the more she realized how little she actually knew about the town she had sworn to protect. San Felipe had become a labyrinth of half-truths and shadows, and Laura was no longer sure which way to turn. She met Carlos at dawn, her exhaustion plain in the lines of her face. They had both been up for days, but there was no time to rest. The cult was moving faster now, and the full moon was just hours away. They had no choice but to push forward, to uncover the identities of those involved before the ritual reached its terrifying conclusion. We need to start looking at the people who were close to the victims, Laura said as she rubbed her temples. The ones who knew them, who were around when the sacrifices were happening. They might be connected. Carlos nodded, his face grim. The problem is, Laura, I'm starting to think everyone in this town is involved in one way or another. People here are too quiet, too secretive. They all know something, we just need to figure out what. It was then that Laura remembered the man she'd seen earlier, the one who had been present at Manuel's crime scene, the one who had seemed too calm, too composed for someone witnessing a murder. His name was Javier, and he had lived in San Felipe for as long as anyone could remember. But there was something about him that didn't sit right with Laura. He had seemed almost relieved when the boy's body was discovered, like he knew exactly what had happened, and that it was just part of the cycle. Javier, she said quietly, I need to talk to him. Carlos raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? He's been here forever. If anyone knows anything, it's him. I don't trust him, Laura said, her voice firm. I've seen the way he acts. It's too rehearsed. He's hiding something. As they walked through the town to Javier's small house near the outskirts, Laura's mind raced. She had already started to piece together some of the cult's structure. There were whispers in town, cryptic conversations exchanged behind closed doors, glances that lasted too long. A strange, almost ritualistic calm in the way people moved about their day. Los Hijos de la Medianoche had to have people planted everywhere, within every corner of the town. The cult wasn't an outside force anymore. It was inside them, living and breathing in the very streets of San Felipe. They reached Javier's house and knocked. It was a small, humble place built of wood and stone, its exterior worn down by years of weather and neglect. Javier answered the door, his face as stoic as ever, his eyes cold but calculating. He welcomed them in without hesitation, as if he were expecting them, and offered them seats without a word. "What can I do for you, detective?" Javier asked, his voice smooth and composed. But Laura could hear the slight edge in it, the faintest tremor that told her he was aware of what was happening. He was playing a game, and she had to figure out the rules before she was trapped in it. "We're investigating the recent deaths," Laura said, choosing her words carefully. "I need to ask you a few questions about Manuel and about the others. We believe they might be connected to something much larger than we originally thought." Javier's eyes flickered briefly, but the look was gone before Laura could fully catch it. "What do you mean? I don't understand." "You know exactly what I mean," Laura said, her voice hardening. "I've been in San Felipe long enough to see the way people act when they're hiding something. And you've been here long enough to know what happens when the cult comes back, haven't you?" For the first time, Javier's expression shifted, the mask cracking, but only slightly, a small twitch at the corner of his lips. He didn't answer right away, but Laura could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He was trying to keep his composure, but Laura could sense the undercurrent of fear that was just beneath the surface. Fear of what she might know. "Detective," he said, his voice low and measured, "you don't understand the situation you're in. There are things in this town, things you cannot begin to comprehend, and it's better if you stay away from them. For your own good." Laura leaned forward, her eyes locking onto his. "I'm not afraid of threats, Javier, and I'm not leaving until I get the truth. Your truth. Who are they? Who are the other members of the cult?" Javier's lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes narrowing. "You don't know what you're asking. The children of midnight, los hijos de la medianoche, are older than you think. They've been here for centuries, long before this town even existed. This isn't just some murder mystery, detective. It's a battle between light and darkness, and the line between the two has been blurred for so long that you won't even recognize it when you're standing in the middle of it." Laura's pulse quickened. "What do you mean? Are you part of this?" Javier's eyes darkened, and for a moment, Laura thought she saw a flicker of something truly dangerous behind them. "I'm not just part of it," he said softly, his voice tinged with something darker. "I am one of them. We all are." The words hung in the air, thick with the weight of their meaning. Laura's heart sank as the realization hit her. Javier wasn't just a bystander or a cult sympathizer. He was one of the core members of Los Hijos de la Medianoche. The cult was far more ingrained in this town than she could have ever imagined, and she had just walked right into their lair. Carlos took a step back, his face pale. He had been silent up until now, but the shock on his face was undeniable. He had suspected something, but now the truth was staring them both in the face. And it was more terrifying than either of them had anticipated. Javier's lips curled into a cruel smile as he watched their reactions, savoring the moment. "The ritual has already begun, detective. You can't stop it now. All you can do is watch as we take back what is rightfully ours." Laura's breath caught in her throat, a cold sweat breaking out across her forehead. She had underestimated them. She had thought she could confront them head-on, but now she realized how deep the cult's roots ran. The full moon was nearly upon them, and the town was already slipping beyond the point of no return. Chapter 7. The Eyes of Midnight. The conversation with Javier had shaken Laura to her core. The realization that Los Hijos de la Medianoche had not only infiltrated the town but had become an inseparable part of it left her feeling hollow. What was left to protect? She had always believed that the truth could be found through grit and perseverance. that the strength of will could cut through even the deepest of lies. But the cult had turned everything she knew on its head. In San Felipe, truth was a weapon. And right now, it felt like she was holding a blade made of glass, fragile, dangerous, and impossible to trust. As she and Carlos left Javier's home, the weight of their discovery pressed on them like a storm cloud. Javier had made it clear. The cult wasn't just some dark secret lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. They were already here, living among them, cloaked in the skin of ordinary townsfolk. What had once seemed like a ritualistic murder spree was now unfolding into something far more insidious, an ancient conspiracy that had taken root in this land long before either of them had arrived. The town itself felt different now, suffocating. The air seemed thicker, the streets darker, even in the broad light of day. Laura found it difficult to look anyone in the eye without wondering if they, too, were a part of the cult, silently watching her, waiting for her to slip up. No one trusted each other in San Felipe anymore, not even the police. "What now?" Carlos asked as they walked in silence, their footsteps echoing too loudly on the cobbled streets. Laura stopped and turned to him, her eyes steely with determination. "We need to find the others. We can't just wait for the ritual to finish. We need to stop it before the full moon, and we need to do it without alerting the cult that we're onto them." Carlos looked at her, his expression tense but resolute. "So, you're saying we're going in blind? No backup? Just us against them?" She nodded. "We don't have a choice. The longer we wait, the more entrenched they get. Javier's right about one thing: we're already too late. But if we can find the core members, if we can cut them off before the ritual reaches its final stage, we might still have a chance." Her words felt hollow, even to her. She had no idea what the cult's final stage even looked like, let alone how to stop it. All she knew was that they had to try. The town, the people, the sacrifices, they were all caught in a web of deceit, and Laura was the only one left who could untangle it. But the more she thought about it, the more that voice in the back of her mind, quiet but insistent, began to remind her that the cult had already begun working on her. Laura shook off the thought. No time for doubts. The first step was to infiltrate the town's social fabric, to figure out who was truly behind the rituals. Javier had revealed himself, but there were others, more influential people who had to be part of the web, people who hid in plain sight. That night, Laura and Carlos planned to attend a local gathering in the village square, a festival of sorts that the townspeople hosted every year in honor of the harvest. It was meant to celebrate the prosperity of the land, but Laura suspected it was nothing more than a thinly veiled front for the cult's more secretive activities. As they approached the square, the sounds of music and laughter reached them. People milled about, their faces lit with joy, but Laura saw the underlying tension in their movements. They laughed a little too loud, drank a little too much, their eyes darting nervously around. It wasn't celebration, it was fear masquerading as revelry. They were pretending to be part of something normal, but Laura could see through the facade. Carlos leaned in, his voice low. "You think they'll be here?" "They have to be," Laura replied, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. This is where the cult does its work when the town is distracted, when they can blend in unnoticed. We need to keep our eyes peeled for any signs, any familiar faces. As the evening wore on, the town square filled with people, each one more insistent on their cheerful facades than the last. But Laura didn't trust the smiles or the laughter. They were masks, covering up something darker. She watched as people made subtle gestures, exchanged brief nods, and passed small, carefully concealed objects from one person to the next. It was all too coordinated, too rehearsed. Every movement seemed deliberate, The cult was communicating, moving in and out of the crowd like shadows. Then her eyes locked onto one figure in the distance, a woman she recognized. Elena, a local farmer's wife, had been at the morgue the other day, mourning the loss of a neighbor. But now, as she mingled with the others, her posture was different. She no longer appeared saddened. In fact, her smile seemed almost too perfect, too knowing. It was as though she had been expecting something, or someone. Laura's pulse quickened as she motioned for Carlos to follow. They moved closer, blending in with the crowd. Elena was speaking with a man Laura didn't recognize, his face pale and angular, his eyes unnervingly calm. There was something wrong about him, something that set him apart from the rest of the villagers. His features were sharp, his gaze too piercing. As Laura watched, she could see the faintest tremor in Elena's hand as she handed him a small bundle wrapped in dark cloth. It was the same ritualistic bundle that had been found with the previous victims. "This is one of them," Laura whispered to Carlos, barely keeping her voice steady. "She's involved. We need to get closer." They edged nearer, trying to stay out of sight. Elena and the man exchanged a few more words, their conversation low and intimate, too quiet for Laura to overhear. But something about the way Elena's eyes darted around the crowd told her they were cautious, paranoid even. They knew someone was watching. They knew she was watching. Just then, a movement in the crowd caught Laura's attention. She turned her head and found herself staring into the eyes of a man she hadn't noticed before, a man who had been standing in the shadows of the square. His expression was unreadable, but his gaze was sharp and fixed on her. The moment their eyes met, an unsettling chill crawled down Laura's spine. There was something in his stare, something ancient, something familiar. It felt like she had seen him before, but that was impossible. Before she could react, the man disappeared into the crowd, as if swallowed whole by the festival's chaos. Laura's heart raced as she turned to Carlos. "We're not alone. They know we're here." Carlos glanced around, his jaw tightening. "We need to get out of here, now." But as they began to retreat, Laura's eyes lingered on Elena. The woman's gaze had never left her, and as their paths crossed, Elena's lips curled into a knowing smile. It was a smile that chilled Laura to her very soul. Chapter 8. The Fall into Madness. The night after the festival, Laura didn't sleep. Not truly. She lay in her bed, the thin sheets twisted around her legs, her mind racing with fragmented images of Elena's smile, the man in the crowd, and the cold stare that had locked onto her with the weight of centuries. She had been so sure of herself before, so certain she was on the right track. But now, she felt the doubts creeping in, worming their way into her thoughts like a sickness. The more she investigated, the more she uncovered, the harder it became to separate the truth from the twisted fantasy she feared was starting to consume her. The town had always felt off, but now it was like a veil had been lifted, and she could see it for what it really was. San Felipe wasn't just hiding something. It was something. Something old, something powerful, something that had been waiting for this moment. And with every step she took closer to the heart of it, she felt the ground shifting beneath her feet, the pull of something she couldn't name. She tried to shake it off, to focus on the task at hand, finding the remaining cult members, stopping the ritual, saving the town. But the voices kept echoing in her mind, whispers of things she could never explain. Sometimes she thought she saw shadows flickering at the edge of her vision, people staring at her when she wasn't looking. It was impossible to tell whether it was the pressure of the investigation, the lack of sleep, or something more insidious. One morning, as she stood at the mirror getting ready to face another day, Laura caught sight of something small on the back of her neck. A mark. It was faint, almost imperceptible at first. But as she leaned in closer, her breath catching in her throat, she saw it clearly. A symbol, just like the ones she'd seen on the bodies of the victims, carved into her skin like a scar. Her heart raced as her fingers traced the shape. It was a mark she knew well, a circle within a circle, jagged lines extending outward. It was the same symbol she had seen on the woman's body in the morgue, the same one that had haunted her in her nightmares. She wanted to tear it off, to scrub it away, but the skin was smooth, unmarred by any wound. It was as if it had always been there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for her to notice. Fear gripped her chest. She wanted to scream, to run out of the house and tell someone, anyone, but who would believe her? Who would understand? The cult had already infiltrated every corner of this town. They had eyes everywhere. And now, it seemed, they had found a way to mark her as one of their own. She stood there for a long moment, staring at her reflection. Her own face seemed foreign to her now, as if the woman in the mirror was someone else entirely. Was this her? Or was it someone else that had slowly begun to wear her skin? The sound of a knock on the door pulled her from her thoughts. She quickly covered the mark with the collar of her jacket, trying to steady her breath as she walked to the door. When she opened it, Carlos stood there, looking every bit as tired and worn as she felt. "Laura, we need to talk," he said, his voice low. "It's about Elena, and what we saw last night." She nodded, her mind already spinning. She had to focus, had to keep her head clear, but something inside her whispered that it was too late, that the darkness was already taking root. They sat down at the small table in her kitchen, and Carlos wasted no time. "We know she's one of them," he said. "But there's more. We dug into her background, and it turns out she's been involved in some strange activities for years. Rituals, ceremonies long before she married. There are records, books, ancient ones, hidden away. This is bigger than we thought." Laura rubbed her temples, trying to focus through the fog in her mind. "I know, but I don't think she's the only one. There are others, Carlos. More people involved than we've even begun to identify." Carlos hesitated, his gaze flickering to the side. "I don't know how to say this, Laura, but I think you might be one of them. The way you've been acting lately, your behavior, your obsession with the symbols, your—" He stopped, eyes wide with concern. "You've been distant. And that mark—" Laura's blood ran cold. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. She wanted to argue, to tell him he was wrong, that she wasn't one of them, that she was still herself. But the words wouldn't form. Instead, she felt a tightening in her chest, a weight pressing down on her like a vice. "Laura, listen to me," Carlos continued, his voice pleading now. "I don't know what's happening, but you need to get out of here. Leave San Felipe before it's too late. They're already in your head. They've already marked you. You're not the same person anymore." A sickening chill washed over her as Carlos's words sank in. Was it true? Had the cult's influence really taken hold of her? Her pulse quickened, the marks on her neck burning beneath her skin. She could feel the pull of something, someone calling her, urging her to embrace it, to step further into the shadows. Number. She couldn't. She couldn't let them take her, couldn't let herself become one of them. But as she stood up to leave, something inside her twisted. The mark on her neck seemed to throb, and for a moment, she felt different. Like her skin was no longer hers, like the air around her was heavier, thicker. She looked at Carlos, but the world around her had started to feel out of focus. He was no longer the Carlos she had known, no longer the ally who had stood by her side through the darkest moments. He was just another shadow, another face in a crowd she couldn't escape. "You're wrong," she whispered, more to herself than to him. "I'm not one of them." But deep down, she knew the truth. The darkness had already begun to twist her. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach, curling like smoke. It was inside her now. It had been all along. "Get out," she said, her voice low and strange. "I'm not leaving." Carlos's face paled, his eyes wide with shock and fear. He stood slowly, backing toward the door. "Laura, don't do this." The moment he left, the silence in the room felt deafening. Laura stared at the empty space where he had stood, the quiet pressing in on her, suffocating her. And that's when she heard it whispers, soft and urgent, like 1,000 voices calling to her from the shadows. "Come to us, Laura. You know you want to. You were always meant to be one of us." The world around her shifted again, like the walls of reality themselves were bending. Her hand went to her neck, and for the first time, she felt the pull of something far darker than she had ever imagined. Chapter 9. The Descent into Madness. The next days passed in a haze. Laura wandered the streets of San Felipe, her thoughts a blur, her actions mechanical. She had stopped trying to make sense of it all. The whispers had grown louder, clawing at her mind like an insistent itch, always there, always just out of reach. And the mark on her neck, it burned, no matter what she did, no matter how hard she tried to scrub it away. It was as though it was part of her now, a part that she couldn't escape, no matter how much she wanted to. There were moments, fleeting ones, where she could almost remember who she had been before. Before the cult, before the shadows. There were flashes of her old self, sharp, focused, confident, but they slipped away just as quickly, leaving her with the haunting feeling that she was losing herself, piece by piece. The Laura who had walked into San Felipe a few weeks ago was no longer the same woman who stood here now, staring at the same familiar buildings, the same faces, but with a new kind of distance. Her nights were filled with nightmares, twisted visions of the town consumed by fire, the people screaming, their bodies writhing as dark shapes with glowing eyes dragged them into the earth. She saw herself in those dreams, standing among them, not as a savior, but as a part of the destruction. She was smiling, laughing. It was as if she had become one with the chaos, the bloodshed. The cult's power pulsed through her veins like a second heartbeat, and she couldn't escape it. One night, as she walked through the town square, her head pounding with the constant hum of the whispers, she felt something pull at her, a tug in the pit of her stomach, a force that felt both foreign and intimate. It led her toward the old church on the outskirts of town, the one that had long since been abandoned by the townspeople. The door creaked open as if inviting her in, and without thinking she stepped inside. The church was dark, the air thick with dust and the scent of decay. But as Laura walked down the center aisle, the darkness seemed to shift, to swirl around her, as if the very air itself was alive. She could hear the soft chanting, distant at first, then growing louder with each step. It was the same chant she had heard in her dreams, a rhythmic pulse that resonated in her chest. It was calling her, drawing her in, and then she saw them, the cult members dressed in dark robes, their faces hidden behind masks, standing in a circle around an altar. At the center of the altar was a figure human, but not quite. The body was limp, the skin pale and stretched thin over the bones. And yet it moved, slowly, jerking, as if something beneath the flesh was trying to claw its way out. The chanting grew louder, more insistent. Laura felt herself drawn forward, her feet moving of their own accord. The voices in her mind urged her on, telling her that this was her purpose, that she had always been meant to be here, to be a part of this. Her breath came faster, her heart racing as she approached the altar. She could feel the energy in the room shifting, like the air was vibrating with a strange electric current. Then a voice cut through the chant, sharp and clear. "She has come." The cultists parted to reveal the figure at the altar. It was not a person at all. It was something else, an entity, an ancient being, its form shifting in and out of focus. Its eyes were glowing, black pits that seemed to draw in the very light around them. It smiled, its mouth stretching impossibly wide, and Laura felt her body tremble. The thing in front of her was real. It was everything the cult had promised the being they had been waiting for, the entity that would grant them power beyond imagination. And yet, as she stood before it, Laura felt nothing but dread. The voice spoke again, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through her very bones. "You have come, Laura Hernandez. You have come to fulfill your destiny." The words made no sense, yet they did. She knew what it meant. She was meant to be part of this ritual. She was the final piece they needed to complete their dark work. But something inside her snapped. In that moment, the weight of it all came crashing down. She wasn't ready to surrender to them. She wasn't ready to become part of the madness. The vision of the town burning, the people screaming, her own laughter, her own participation flashed in her mind, and she recoiled. "No," she whispered, her voice shaking. "This isn't me. I'm not one of you." But the cultists moved closer, their voices rising in a chant, each word tightening around her like chains. The figure on the altar shifted, its presence growing stronger, pressing against her chest like a suffocating weight. "You are already ours, Laura." The words echoed in her mind, and suddenly, the world around her twisted again. She was no longer in the church. She was in the town square again, surrounded by the same people, but they were all different now. Their faces were blank, their eyes dull, lifeless. And in the center of it all, a single towering figure the entity loomed, its eyes burning with malice. It reached out for her, its fingers impossibly long, and she could feel its cold touch crawling under her skin. "Come to us, Laura. It is too late to turn back." She gasped, stumbling back, her hands clutching her head. The vision was so vivid, so real, she couldn't separate it from her waking life. Was it a vision? Was it a hallucination? Or was it the future? Before she could answer herself, a figure appeared in the doorway. It was Carlos, his face pale and filled with horror. "Laura, what's happening to you? Come on, we need to go now." She stared at him, confusion clouding her thoughts. "Carlos, what if it's already too late?" Her voice trembled, barely above a whisper. Carlos reached out to her, his hand shaking as he took hers. "It's not too late. You're still you, Laura. You can fight this." But she didn't know anymore. Who was she? What was she? The whispers, the mark, the visions, they had all blurred together. The boundary between reality and illusion had shattered. And somewhere deep within her, she heard the entity's voice again. "You are ours." Chapter 10. The Return of Darkness. The moon hung heavy in the night sky, full and swollen, casting an eerie glow over the village. It was the night of the ritual, the night the cult had been waiting for. Laura could feel it in her bones. In the air itself, the village was holding its breath. The trees rustled in the wind as though whispering secrets to each other. The silence was deafening, broken only by the distant howling of dogs, the occasional creak of old wood in the abandoned houses, and the steady ticking of a clock in her mind, counting down the moments until it was too late. She had barely slept, if at all, her body trembling with anticipation, with fear, with the overwhelming presence of the thing that had been following her for weeks now. The whispers had grown louder, more insistent. They were not just in her head anymore. They were in the very fabric of the town. In every shadow, in every flicker of light, in the faces of the people who watched her every step, she could feel them, the cult, the entity pulling at her, guiding her toward the final moment. Laura stood in the center of the town square. The people gathered around her, their eyes empty, their expressions blank. She could hear their murmurs, their chant building with every passing second, like a tide that was rising, crashing against the shore of her mind. They were all a part of this, every last one of them. Los hijos de la medianoche had buried their roots deep in San Felipe, and now the time had come to reap their reward. The altar was set, the candles flickering around it like dying stars. In the center, the body of the final sacrifice, an innocent young man lay unmoving, his chest bare and pale under the cold moonlight. Around him, the cultists stood in a circle, their faces hidden behind their masks, their voices rising in unison as they repeated the ancient incantations. Their words were foreign to her, but she could feel their power, vibrating through the air like a tuning fork, resonating in her very soul. Laura felt herself drawn to the altar, her feet moving of their own accord, the whispers guiding her, urging her on. She couldn't stop it. She tried to fight it, but the pull was too strong, too overwhelming. The mark on her neck burned like fire, the symbol that had started as a scar now glowing, pulsing with an otherworldly energy that seemed to link her to the entity itself. "You are one of us now," the voice whispered again, this time clear and unmistakable, echoing in her mind. "Come closer. Embrace your destiny." Laura stumbled forward, her breath quickening, her heart hammering in her chest. She wanted to scream, to tear herself away from the altar, but her body wouldn't obey her. She was frozen, trapped in the grip of the cult's power, and with each step, she felt the darkness growing within her, spreading like a poison through her veins. It was as though she was no longer in control of her own mind, her own body. She was a puppet, and the strings were being pulled by something far older, far more powerful than anything she could comprehend. But then, in the midst of her torment, a voice pierced through the haze. Carlos. "Laura, you have to fight this." Her head snapped up, her gaze meeting his across the crowd. He was standing at the edge of the square, his face pale with fear, his eyes pleading. "You're not one of them, Laura. You're still you. Don't let them do this to you." For a moment, Laura hesitated. The whispers in her mind faltered, just for a brief second. She remembered Carlos, the one person who had stood by her side, the one person who had tried to help her when everything seemed lost. His words rang in her ears, a lifeline in the suffocating dark. She could feel the remnants of her old self, the real Laura, fighting to break through the madness. She could hear her own voice, weak and distant, calling out from within, telling her to run, to escape, to not give in. But before she could take a step toward him, the entity's voice surged, louder than ever, drowning out all other sound. "It is too late, Laura." The ground beneath her feet shook violently, and the air around her thickened, heavy with the weight of ancient power. The cultists raised their hands, their chants growing faster, their voices melding into a single deafening roar. In the center, the sacrifice on the altar began to twitch, his body jerking and twisting, his eyes snapping open to reveal black, soulless orbs. The ritual was nearing its climax, and Laura could feel the energy building, surging through the town, through her. It was too late. The ritual was unstoppable now. There was no turning back. But deep within her, Laura knew one thing. She wasn't done fighting yet. Not completely. She was still human, still her. And even if the darkness had taken root in her, she would not let it consume her. Not like this. In a final surge of willpower, Laura reached into the depths of her mind, forcing her body to move, to act, to defy the pull of the ritual. She screamed out, her voice raw and desperate. "No!" The earth trembled again, but this time the ground cracked. A deep, resonant sound echoed through the air, a jagged line splitting the cobblestones beneath her feet. The cultists faltered, their chants faltering as they looked around in confusion. Something was wrong. The energy they had been channeling was slipping, unraveling. And then, the entity screamed. It was a sound of pure rage, a shriek that echoed through the town, through the very fabric of reality itself. The darkness that had been gathering around the altar recoiled, twisting like smoke. The entity, its form now fully visible, its eyes burning with fury, was losing control. It wasn't just angry, it was terrified. Laura could feel the entity's grip on her weakening, and with one final desperate push, she broke free. She lunged forward, tearing through the circle of cultists, pushing them aside, her body moving with a strength she didn't know she had. She reached the altar, grabbing the ritual dagger that lay there, its blade dark with the blood of countless sacrifices. With a single decisive motion, she plunged the dagger into the heart of the entity's manifestation, severing the connection between the creature and the town. The ground trembled one last time, and with a final scream of agony, the darkness collapsed. The world around her began to blur, the sounds of the cultists' panicked cries fading into nothingness. The moon above began to dim, the oppressive weight of the ritual lifting, leaving her breathless, broken, but alive. With the ritual broken and the entity banished, Laura stood amidst the wreckage of the night. The town of San Felipe was silent once more, the cult's influence shattered, its members scattered and defeated. But Laura knew deep down that she could never return to the woman she had been before. The darkness had touched her, marked her, and though the physical scars might fade, the psychological ones would remain. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Laura gazed out over the town, the weight of what had happened settling heavily in her chest. She had saved San Felipe, but at what cost? The town was safe for now, but as she turned to leave, she couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was not truly gone. It was just waiting for the next full moon. And this time, it would be harder to fight. The Whisper in the Dark. Chapter 1. The First Murder. The city of Montalvo had always been shrouded in a peculiar kind of fog, a persistent mist. That clung to the streets even in the early hours of the morning. It was a city that whispered secrets on every corner, a place where the chill of the air seemed to carry 1,000 untold stories. Most residents had learned to ignore it, to live with it, but tonight, the fog felt heavier than usual, as if it was alive and watching. At 1:30 a.m., the shrill ring of the police station's phone cut through the silence of the night. Another call. The voice on the other end was frantic, barely coherent. A body. In an apartment. You need to come. Now. Detective Carla Mendez was the first to respond, her instincts already telling her that this was different, that something was wrong in a way she couldn't yet grasp. When she arrived at the scene, the apartment complex was eerily quiet, the only sound being the soft hum of the streetlights overhead. The building stood in shadow, its peeling exterior and crooked windows giving it the appearance of something abandoned. The officer who met her at the door looked shaken, his face pale as if he had seen something he couldn't understand. It's not like anything we've seen before," he muttered, leading her inside. The apartment itself was disturbingly calm. There were no signs of a struggle, no overturned furniture or broken windows. It was as if nothing had disturbed the room since the victim had gone to bed. But there was one thing that immediately stood out: the body. The man, identified as 34-year-old Andres Romero, lay in his bed, his limbs sprawled out in an unnatural position. His eyes were closed, his mouth slightly ajar, and yet something was horribly, unmistakably wrong. Detective Mendez moved closer, squinting in the dim light. The man's face was smooth, unnaturally so. It wasn't that his skin was bruised or mangled, it was as though his features had been erased entirely. There was no nose, no eyes, no mouth. just a pale, featureless expanse of skin where his face should have been. It was a blank canvas, a void where something that should have existed simply didn't. The silence in the room felt suffocating, and Mendez felt a cold chill crawl up her spine. "What happened here?" she whispered under her breath. Her gaze flickered over the rest of the apartment, trying to find some clue, some explanation. But there was nothing. No blood. No signs of forced entry. No weapon. It was as if Andres had simply vanished, leaving only his body behind, empty, hollow, and impossibly still. A uniformed officer crouched down beside the body, his hand trembling as he reached for his radio. "We've got nothing," he said, his voice shaking. "No signs of anything, just this." His voice faltered and he swallowed hard. Mendez had seen many things in her career, but this was different. There was something about the way the body lay there, so perfectly still, that unsettled her more than anything she had ever encountered. It wasn't just the absence of a face, it was the absence of life itself. As she continued to examine the body, something caught her eye, a faint, almost imperceptible marking on the bedpost. A symbol, barely noticeable in the dim light. It looked like a small, jagged line, almost like a scar etched into the wood. Mendez leaned in closer, her breath catching as she studied it. It wasn't just a mark, it was deliberate, and it was too precise, too intentional to be a coincidence. A thought flickered in the back of her mind, one she wasn't quite ready to acknowledge. What if this wasn't a murder in the traditional sense? What if this wasn't about a killer at all? What if it was something else, something far older, far darker than anything she had ever imagined? Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps in the hallway. A man appeared in the doorway, tall and thin, his face calm but with an air of quiet authority. He introduced himself as Enrique Castillo, a forensic psychologist who had been called in by the department to assist with the case. "I've been briefed," he said, his eyes quickly scanning the room, "and I believe I can help. But first, we need to understand that what we're dealing with here isn't just a murderer. This..." He paused, looking back at the body. "This is something else entirely." Chapter 2. The Psychological Connection. Enrique Castillo sat in his dimly lit office, the sound of the clock ticking in the background, the only noise that could break the thick silence hanging in the air. His mind was consumed by the case, the strange murder of Andres Romero, and the grotesque absence of his face. It was an enigma, and it gnawed at him. He had studied every detail of the crime scene, read every report the police had sent over, but there was still something he couldn't quite grasp, something elusive. His phone rang, snapping him out of his thoughts. The caller ID flashed the name of Detective Mendez. "Castillo," he answered, his voice steady but worn. "What have you found?" "I'm starting to think we're not dealing with a typical murderer here." Mendez's voice crackled through the line, tense with uncertainty. "We've had 2 more victims, both with the same condition. No faces, no signs of trauma, no real clues. We need you to help us make sense of this." Her tone was both desperate and doubtful, as though she was beginning to fear that the ordinary explanations wouldn't suffice. Castillo leaned back in his chair, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'll come by. There's something strange here, something that doesn't fit the usual patterns of serial killings. We're missing a crucial piece of the puzzle." He hung up the phone and grabbed his coat, a sense of unease growing in the pit of his stomach. When he arrived at the scene of the second murder, it was clear that the situation had escalated. The apartment looked nearly identical to the first one, quiet, ordinary, as if nothing had happened. But the body, another man in his 30s, was the same. Face gone, the skin smooth and empty. Castillo could feel the weight of something unexplainable pressing on him as he moved closer to the bed. He knew that his work as a forensic psychologist was not only going to uncover the mind of a killer, it was going to reveal something far more terrifying. "This is beyond human," Castillo muttered under his breath as he examined the room. There were no marks or scratches, no indications of struggle. The victim had simply fallen asleep, and the darkness had consumed him. But Castillo knew that darkness wasn't just metaphorical here, it was something tangible, something that had taken the lives of two men with terrifying precision. As he studied the victim's surroundings, something caught his eye: a small folded piece of paper tucked under the pillow. He unfolded it carefully, his eyes narrowing at the sight of a strange symbol scrawled in the center, a symbol that appeared in the exact same spot in the first murder scene, carved into the bedpost. It wasn't a word, nor any recognizable form of writing. It looked more like an abstract design, jagged and sharp, but its repetition in both crime scenes hinted at something deliberate, something intentional. "This symbol, it's not a random marking," Castillo muttered, his mind racing. "Whoever or whatever is behind these killings, they're leaving a signature. It's not just about death. It's about something more insidious, something psychological." Detective Mendez was standing by the window, her arms crossed, her gaze distant as she stared at the empty street below. "What do you mean by psychological?" she asked, her voice quiet but tinged with a growing suspicion. "These victims don't have faces. They're empty. But that doesn't explain the symbol, or the calmness of it all." Castillo turned to face her, his brow furrowed. "What I'm starting to suspect is that this killer isn't simply targeting people to murder. This entity, whatever it is stealing something deeper from these victims. Not just their lives, but their essence, their very humanity. It's as if the killer is siphoning away their identities, their souls." Mendez gave him a skeptical look. "That sounds like superstition, Castillo. We need real answers, not folklore." But Castillo could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. She was starting to question whether he was right. Castillo sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I know it sounds strange, but we need to consider all possibilities. This isn't just a man or a woman. We're dealing with something else, something older, something that feeds on fear, on the unknown." He turned his attention back to the symbol on the paper, now carefully folded in his hand. "I'll need to investigate its origins. This could be the key." As he left the apartment, the fog outside seemed to close in even more tightly, as if the city itself were holding its breath. Castillo had never felt so unnerved. There were no answers here, only more questions, and the deeper he dug, the more he realized that the truth was slipping farther and farther away from him. Chapter 3. The Game of Fear. The night air in Montalvo had turned colder, heavier, as if it too could sense the growing dread that clung to the city. Castillo couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, that something was lingering just beyond the edge of his vision. As he sat in his office, poring over the autopsy reports, a growing unease settled deep in his chest. Each new detail, each new victim, made him more certain. This was no random killer. Whoever or whatever was behind these murders was playing a cruel and twisted game. The third victim had been found just as the others had, face absent, life drained, an eerie calm permeating the room. But as Castillo examined the details, one thing stood out. Each of the victims had experienced a form of psychological trauma before they died. Not just any trauma, though. Their deepest fears, their worst memories, had been dragged to the surface. It was as if the killer, if it could even be called that, was feeding off their terror. At first, Castillo thought it might have been coincidence, but as he dug deeper, he realized the pattern was too precise, too deliberate to be random. The victims weren't just dying, they were being hunted in a way that manipulated their very minds. Each had experienced vivid nightmares in the days leading up to their deaths. Nightmares so real, so visceral, that they were unable to distinguish them from reality. Their fears had bled into their waking lives, warping everything they knew into something monstrous. And then, one by one, they were taken. Every victim has shared one thing, Castillo muttered to himself, staring at the wall covered in photographs of the deceased. They all had encounters with something, or someone, that felt real. And it wasn't just the fear. It was the certainty that something was out there, something watching, something waiting. The more he thought about it, the more Castillo realized that this was a carefully constructed game. A game where the rules were governed by fear, and the stakes were nothing short of the soul. The killer wasn't simply choosing his victims at random. He was selecting them based on their emotional vulnerability. Their worst fears had been tapped into like strings being pulled from the darkness. It was as if the entity behind these murders had been waiting for the right moment to strike, and now it was playing with its prey. It wasn't just physical terror that the victims endured, it was the way their minds were manipulated, twisted, until they were convinced they were already dead, already lost. And once that belief settled in, the killer struck, taking their faces, their humanity. It was a cruel twist of fate, as if the entity's goal wasn't just to murder, but to erase the very essence of who the victims had been. Castillo's mind raced as he began to realize the implications of his findings. What kind of creature could do this? What kind of entity could reach into the mind of its victims and pluck out their most primal fears? It was something ancient, something that existed outside the realm of human understanding. But what was its purpose? Why take their faces, their identities? The more he thought about it, the more Castillo began to question his own experiences. He had spent years studying the human mind, understanding its intricacies, its weaknesses. But this was different. This was something that bypassed logic, something that preyed on the very fabric of human consciousness. And it was only getting worse. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a knock on his office door. Mendez stood there, her face pale and drawn, eyes wide with concern. "We've got another one," she said softly. "Same condition, same symbol, and this time the victim, he left something behind." Castillo's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" She handed him a small piece of paper, identical to the one he had found in the second victim's apartment. But this time, there was something more, something added. In the center of the jagged symbol, there was a single word, written in hurried, desperate strokes: fear. The implications of that word hit Castillo like a punch to the gut. The entity wasn't just feeding on fear, it was the very source of the terror. It was the embodiment of the darkness that lurked in every human mind, the part of the psyche that could not be controlled, the raw, primal terror that made the heart race and the breath catch in the throat. "This is it," Castillo whispered, feeling the weight of realization settle on him. The killer isn't just manipulating their minds, it is fear itself. It's using their nightmares to consume them, to destroy everything that makes them who they are. Mendez stared at him, confusion and horror spreading across her face. "You're saying it's not a person at all? Not a man or a woman? You're telling me we're dealing with a force? A supernatural entity?" Castillo nodded slowly, the gravity of the situation sinking in. "I think it's more than just an entity. I think it's something ancient, something that has existed long before we understood fear. And now, it's using Montalvo as its hunting ground." Mendez's hands trembled as she gripped the edge of the desk. "What do we do now?" "We stop it before it consumes us all," Castillo said, his voice resolute. "But first, we need to understand it. We need to learn how it plays its game. Chapter 4. The Whisper. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of a desk lamp casting long shadows across the walls. Castillo sat at his desk, his fingers poised over a stack of research notes, but his mind was elsewhere. He had spent hours poring over the files, trying to find something that could explain the connection between the victims, the symbol, the strange word fear. But no matter how hard he tried, the answers eluded him. The entity was too elusive, too intangible to grasp. His thoughts were interrupted by the unsettling quiet of the night. A clock on the wall ticked methodically, its sound the only thing breaking the heavy silence. Castillo shifted in his chair, unease creeping along his spine. It was a sensation he had been trying to ignore, but it was growing stronger with each passing day, the feeling that something was watching him. He glanced around the room, but there was nothing out of place. No shadows lurking in the corners, no figures moving just beyond his vision. But still, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was there, something just beyond his sight, waiting. He dismissed it, telling himself it was exhaustion. He'd been pushing himself too hard, working long hours without rest. But deep down, he knew it wasn't just that. There was something more, something far darker. The first whisper came late that night, so faint that he thought it might have been his imagination. He had been sitting at his desk, staring blankly at the stack of reports when he heard it, a soft, slithering sound like breath, like a voice just out of reach. Enrique. The voice was low, barely audible but unmistakable. His name. Castillo froze. His heart hammered in his chest as the room seemed to constrict around him. He turned slowly, scanning the room, but there was no one there. No shadows, no figures, nothing but the oppressive darkness of his office. He shook his head, trying to convince himself it was nothing. Fatigue, stress, the weight of the case, it was playing tricks on him. But then, it came again. Enrique. This time the voice was louder, closer. It seemed to crawl from the very walls, as though it were whispering directly into his ear. The air grew colder, the shadows longer, as if the darkness itself was growing, feeding off his fear. Castillo stood up abruptly, his breath shallow, his skin prickling with an icy dread. He walked to the window, peering into the street below, but the world outside was still silent. He turned back to the room. The whisper had stopped, but the oppressive feeling of being watched remained, clinging to him like a second skin. He grabbed his coat and stormed out of the office, telling himself it was just the stress of the case, that his mind was beginning to unravel. But as he stepped into the hallway, the whisper followed him. Enrique. The voice was unmistakable now, its tone laced with something dark, something ancient. It was no longer just a voice, it was a presence, an entity that had seeped into his very thoughts. Castillo felt his knees weaken, his breath quickening as panic set in. This wasn't just a coincidence. This was the entity. It was reaching out to him, pulling him into its game. The fear he had seen in his victims, the terror that had driven them to madness, was now consuming him. He stumbled into the elevator, pressing the button for the ground floor, but the voice didn't stop. It was there, in his mind, in his ears, surrounding him. Enrique, you're next. The elevator creaked as it descended, the darkness closing in around him. Castillo's pulse raced, his body cold with sweat. He pressed his hands to his ears, trying to block out the whisper, but it was no use. The voice was inside him now, crawling beneath his skin, feeding on his fear. He was trapped, caught in a web of terror that he couldn't escape. When the elevator doors opened, Castillo staggered out into the empty lobby. The building was silent, the only sound his own ragged breathing. He knew he couldn't stay here. The voice had found him, it would follow him, hunt him, just as it had hunted his victims. He needed to leave. He needed to get away before it consumed him completely. But as he reached for the door, the whisper came again, clearer now, almost like a command. "Run, Enrique, run or you'll die." The finality in the voice was chilling. It wasn't just a threat, it was a promise. And Castillo knew that the entity wasn't going to stop until it had him. He had entered its game, and now there was no turning back. Chapter 5. The Disappearance of Reality. The following days felt like a twisted blur, as though Castillo were walking through a world that wasn't quite real. Time seemed to lose all meaning. He'd find himself staring at the clock, only to blink and discover that hours had passed in the blink of an eye. The whispers had never stopped. They followed him, curled into the deepest corners of his thoughts, speaking to him in the stillness of the night, in the quiet moments when his mind was most vulnerable. "Enrique, you're slipping." The voice had become more insistent, more oppressive. It wasn't just in his ears anymore, it was in his thoughts, in his dreams, in the very fabric of his reality. He could feel it pulling at him, like invisible threads weaving through his mind, manipulating him. Every time he tried to focus, to make sense of the case, the whisper would return, louder now, more confident, wrapping around him like a heavy fog. He couldn't escape it. In the middle of the day, he would suddenly find himself in places he didn't remember going, standing on street corners, staring at unfamiliar buildings, lost in a fog of confusion. At first, he'd tried to dismiss it, chalking it up to stress and exhaustion. But then, the dreams began. They weren't just dreams, these were living nightmares, vivid and so real that he would wake up with the lingering feeling that he had never left them. In one dream, he was back at the crime scenes, standing over the bodies of the victims. But this time, they weren't dead. They were still alive, their faces blank, their eyes wide and unseeing. And they spoke to him, their voices hollow, disconnected from reality. "You're one of us now," they would whisper, their lips moving in perfect synchrony, as if they were all speaking as one. "You're already lost." He'd wake up drenched in sweat, gasping for air, heart pounding. But even then, the feeling didn't leave. The nightmare would slip into his waking life, like a shadow that stretched and curled around him, never quite letting go. He would look at his reflection in the mirror and see that same emptiness staring back at him, his own face, but hollow, vacant, as though his humanity had been drained away, piece by piece. Days turned into a fog of disjointed memories. Castillo couldn't remember the last time he had eaten, slept, or even left his apartment. The city of Montalvo itself had begun to feel like a place he no longer recognized. The buildings loomed over him, their edges sharp and jagged, as if they were closing in on him. People on the street passed by, their faces blurred, as though they were just figments of his imagination, characters in a play that had already ended. He started to question his own sanity. Was he losing his mind? Had he crossed over into some other plane of existence where time and space no longer mattered? The line between what was real and what was not had disappeared completely. He couldn't tell if the people he encountered were real or if they were just echoes of the nightmare he was trapped in. The whispers were no longer confined to the dark hours of the night. They crept into the daylight, into every waking moment. "Enrique, you can't run. We're already here." The entity had stopped hiding behind whispers. It was no longer just a voice in the darkness. It was a presence, a force that filled every room, every corner, every thought. Castillo could feel it pressing in on him, consuming his every breath. The more he fought it, the more it grew. It was everywhere. It was part of him now, sinking its claws into his very soul. He had been marked. On the 5th day, he finally collapsed, exhausted, terrified, and beyond reason. His mind could no longer process the flood of horrors that had overwhelmed it. He hadn't been sleeping. He hadn't been eating. He had been chasing shadows, trying to escape a nightmare that he couldn't outrun. And now, standing in the middle of his apartment, staring at the bare walls, he realized that the entity had already won. He wasn't fighting it anymore. He was becoming it. His thoughts were shattered, disconnected from reality. He reached out for the phone, to call Mendez, to warn her, to tell her everything, but the words didn't come. The phone in his hand felt foreign, as though it had never been his. He could no longer even remember why he needed to speak. The only thing left was the whisper, wrapping around him, curling into his thoughts, filling every corner of his mind. Enrique, you're already lost. The door to his apartment creaked open, and for a moment, Castillo thought he saw a figure standing in the threshold. But then, in a flash, the figure was gone, replaced by a shadow, a reflection in the corner of his vision. He turned sharply, but there was nothing there. Nothing except the walls closing in, the suffocating silence that filled the room, and the voice that continued to call his name. He had become part of the game, and there was no way out. Chapter 6. Facing the Hunter. The city of Montalvo was no longer a place that Castillo recognized. The familiar streets now felt alien, as if they were merely projections of his fractured mind. He had stopped visiting the crime scenes. There was no point. The whisper, that constant voice of dread, had become a permanent fixture in his thoughts, a maddening hum that refused to be silenced. No matter where he went, the shadows followed him. The entity wasn't just stalking him, it had become part of him, woven into the very fabric of his mind. Yet, in the quiet moments, when the whisper faded to a low murmur, a single thought persisted in Castillo's consciousness. I have to understand it. I have to face it. The entity wasn't just tormenting him, it was feeding on something. It thrived on his fear, his confusion, his inability to confront it. If he wanted to survive, he needed to stop running. He needed to confront whatever this thing was, to look it in the eye, and strip away the terror that had made it so powerful. It was a terrifying thought. But as Castillo sat alone in his apartment, the shadows thick around him, he realized that he had no other choice. The entity had already infected his mind, twisted his reality, and consumed his thoughts. To fight it, he needed to understand the nature of his own fear, the fear that had drawn the entity to him in the first place. The room around him flickered, the light from the lamp casting long, disjointed shadows that seemed to move on their own. For a moment, Castillo thought he saw a figure standing in the doorway, tall, cloaked in darkness. He didn't flinch. He knew now that it wasn't real. It was just a manifestation of his own mind. But the fact that he could recognize it was a step forward. He was no longer a passive victim of his terror. He was beginning to regain control. As he closed his eyes, he focused inward, reaching into the deepest recesses of his mind. He thought of the victims, of their empty faces, of the way they had been drained of everything that made them human. He thought of the symbol, the jagged, cryptic design that had appeared at each crime scene. And he thought of the whisper, the voice that had haunted him relentlessly. It was all connected. But what did it all mean? The first answer came to him in a flash of memory, a long-forgotten moment from his past. He was a child, no older than 6 or 7, sitting in a dark room, surrounded by the hum of his parents arguing in the next room. Fear had always been with him, an overwhelming presence, a shadow that clung to him, especially when he was alone. He remembered his childhood fears, the night terrors that had come to him in the dark, the faces of people he didn't recognize, the creatures that lurked just beyond the edge of his vision. It was then that it clicked. The entity wasn't just using his current fears. It was feeding on the very essence of his childhood terror, the primal fears that had haunted him since he was a child. It was an ancient force, one that existed in the dark places of the mind, drawing power from the fears we couldn't confront. And it had found him. It had fed on him for years, growing stronger each time he allowed his fear to overwhelm him. Enrique. The whisper slid into his mind once again, but this time Castillo didn't recoil. He didn't flinch. He knew what it was now. It was his own fear, taking form, manifesting as something he could confront, and that gave him power. He wasn't helpless. He had always had the power to face his fears, he had just forgotten how. Taking a deep breath, Castillo stood up, his legs trembling beneath him. He walked to the window and stared out at the city below, the streets bathed in the cold light of street lamps. He could hear the hum of distant traffic, the soft rustle of wind through the trees. For the first time in days, he felt a sense of clarity. The shadows weren't closing in on him, they were just illusions, projections of his own mind. If he could face them, they would have no power over him. The whisper came again, this time louder, more insistent. "You cannot escape, Enrique. You are mine." But Castillo didn't flinch. He took another step toward the edge of his own fear. He had learned something in the last few days, something vital. Fear, no matter how ancient or powerful, could be confronted. It could be controlled. He whispered back to the darkness, "I am not yours. I am my own." For a moment, everything went still. The room seemed to hold its breath, as if the world itself was waiting for something to shift. And then, the whisper stopped. The pressure on his chest lifted. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to recede, shrinking away from him as if they were afraid. Castillo knew that the battle wasn't over, not by a long shot, but he had taken the first step. He had looked his fear in the face and survived. And that was something the entity could never take from him. But as the silence stretched on, a new, more terrifying realization settled over him. The entity was still there. It hadn't disappeared. It had only retreated. And in the depths of his mind, Castillo could hear it, the low, steady hum of its presence, waiting, watching, always lurking, always feeding. But now, Castillo was ready. He wasn't running anymore. He had learned to fight. Chapter 7. A fatal encounter. The hours after his decision to confront his fear had passed in a strange, unsettling quiet. Castillo had expected the entity to retaliate, to become more aggressive, but instead the world seemed to hold its breath. The darkness that had once clung to him like a second skin had retreated, leaving him alone with his thoughts. For the first time in days, he felt a strange sense of calm. The whispers had stopped. The shadows no longer lurked at the edges of his vision. But it didn't take long for the false peace to crack. It was just past midnight when the first real sign of the entity's return appeared. Castillo was in his apartment, pacing in the living room, trying to keep his mind from unraveling with the pressure of what lay ahead. He was preparing himself for the next step he would need to go deeper, to explore the very roots of his own terror. But before he could gather his thoughts, a sound broke the silence. It was a tap, light but deliberate, like fingers drumming on the surface of the glass. Castillo froze. He turned toward the window. The streets outside were still, empty under the dim glow of streetlights. No one was there. But as his eyes lingered on the glass, the tap came again, closer this time. He blinked, trying to make sense of what was happening. But in that moment, the shadow at the edge of his vision seemed to stretch and shift, as if something was moving just beyond the street lamp's light. He knew what it was. He could feel it in his bones. The entity had come for him. It wasn't hiding anymore. It was coming out of the dark, manifesting in the physical world. The battle was no longer just within his mind. It was here, at his doorstep. Without warning, the figure appeared, standing in the middle of the street outside. Castillo could barely make out its shape through the condensation on the glass, but he could feel its presence towering, unnatural, a void that seemed to swallow the light around it. The entity was no longer just a whisper. It was something he could see, something he could fight, something that had crossed the line between reality and nightmare. The creature didn't move, but Castillo could feel it drawing closer. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, the air growing thick and heavy. His breath came in shallow gasps, and a cold sweat broke out across his skin. For a moment he thought he might be paralyzed, but then the voice came, soft at first, but growing louder with each word. "Enrique, you think you can fight me? You think you can escape?" Castillo gritted his teeth. This was it, the final confrontation. He had spent days analyzing, understanding, and now he knew. The entity wasn't just a force of fear. It was a predator, an ancient being that had been hunting humans for centuries, feeding on their vulnerabilities, their nightmares, their deepest emotions. It didn't just want fear, it wanted all of them, their identities, their very souls. It wasn't just playing a game, it was preparing to consume him whole. "I'm not afraid of you," Castillo said through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse. He wasn't sure if he was trying to convince the entity or himself, but in that moment he felt the weight of his own words. "You won't win." The entity let out a low laugh, deep and rumbling, like the sound of the earth splitting. It was both terrifying and mocking, as if it had seen this moment countless times before. "You don't understand, Enrique. I've already won. You've been mine since the moment you were born. Fear is your weakness, and now I own it. I own you." Castillo's heart pounded, his mind racing. He couldn't let it take him, not now. He had come too far. He had already faced his fears, stripped them bare. But this was something else entirely. The entity wasn't just a manifestation of terror, it was a force that existed beyond his understanding, beyond time and reason. He couldn't fight it the way he had before. He needed something more. A sharp, painful memory surfaced. The memory of his childhood, of the night his father had told him that fear was the greatest enemy a man could face. He had always believed it, always thought that overcoming fear was the key to survival. But now he understood. Fear was not the enemy. It was the power that the enemy fed on. The entity wasn't just thriving on fear. It was feeding on everything Castillo had suppressed, every dark memory, every regret, every moment of weakness. He had to let go of the past. He had to face his own darkness, accept it, and use it against the entity. It had no hold over him unless he allowed it to. The terror that had followed him all his life had kept him from being whole, from truly understanding who he was. But now, in this moment, he understood. He could reclaim that power. With trembling hands, Castillo reached into his mind, into the deepest corners of his own repressed memories. He thought of the darkness in his heart, of the things he had buried, the anger, the regret, the guilt, and he pulled them out into the light. He didn't try to banish them. He didn't try to hide from them. He embraced them. He owned them. "You want me?" Castillo whispered, his voice shaking but determined. "Then take all of me. Take every piece." The entity paused. For a moment the air grew still, the shadows in the room recoiling as if unsure of what had just happened. Castillo could feel the entity shifting, its presence flickering like a shadow at the edge of his consciousness. It was confused. It hadn't expected this. Fear had always been its weapon, its leverage. But Castillo had turned. The tables. He wasn't afraid anymore. The whisper came again, but this time it was different. There was no mockery in it, no cold certainty. There was only the sound of its fading strength. "Enrique, you are not mine." The figure outside the window seemed to dissipate, vanishing into the shadows as if it had never existed at all. The oppressive weight that had filled the room lifted, and for the first time in days, Castillo felt the air clear, felt his own breath steady. He wasn't sure if he had truly defeated the entity, but he had certainly taken back his power. He had faced it, and in doing so, he had faced himself. Chapter 8. The Dark Pact. The room fell silent, as if the entire world had exhaled at once. Castillo stood motionless, heart pounding in the wake of the entity's retreat. He didn't know what had happened, only that he had felt the entity's grip slip for the first time. For a fleeting moment, he thought he had won. He thought the creature had been banished, that it had no more power over him. But as the minutes dragged on, and the shadows in the room grew deeper, he began to sense that the victory was an illusion. The whispers had not ceased. They had not disappeared. Instead, they had grown softer, quieter, more insidious. Like the hum of a distant storm, always there, just below the surface. Castillo's breath hitched in his throat as a new sensation flooded his senses. It wasn't fear. No, it was something more dangerous temptation. "You think this victory means something," the voice murmured. But it was no longer outside his mind. It was inside, wrapped around the very thoughts he tried to hold on to. "You're stronger, yes, but you're still nothing without me." Castillo's skin prickled. He had heard those words before. It was the same voice, the same whisper, but now it was somehow different calm, almost enticing. He closed his eyes, shaking his head as if trying to clear the fog that had suddenly descended upon him. "What do you want from me?" Castillo asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of defiance and unease. The shadows in the room seemed to bend, forming shapes that flickered in and out of focus. He could feel the entity's presence closing in on him, circling like a predator testing its prey. And then, from the darkness, the voice returned its tone almost gentle. "All I want, Enrique, is for you to join me. You see, you are not the first to face me. I have been hunting for centuries, feeding on fear. But there is something unique about you. You've endured so much, and yet you persist. Your resistance, your strength, it draws me to you." Castillo's pulse quickened as the entity's words sunk in. This wasn't just an attack anymore. It was a proposition, a deal. He was being tempted. The voice continued, a silk-threaded whisper that slipped between his thoughts. "I can give you everything you desire. Power, knowledge, control. Imagine what you could accomplish with the force I could give you. You could end the suffering, save those you care about, destroy the fears that bind you. All I ask in return is your loyalty. Join me, Enrique, and together we can shape reality itself." Castillo's heart raced, not with fear, but with the stirrings of something far more dangerous: curiosity. What the entity was offering him was an impossible dream. To be free of fear, to wield the kind of power that could reshape the world. Could he resist? "Power?" Castillo repeated, almost whispering the word to himself. He could feel it now, the lure, the promise of control over everything that had tormented him. Every part of him screamed to reject it, to turn away from the seductive temptation that clung to his mind like a spider's web. But somewhere deep inside, a darker part of him wanted to listen, wanted to know. The voice pressed on. "Yes. Imagine it no more weakness, no more pain, no more terror. With my power you could be more than human. You could be a god among men, the master of your own fate. No one would dare stand against you. You could have the world at your feet." The images it conjured were almost too much to resist. Power, freedom, the end of his personal torment. Castillo felt a flicker of something ancient stirring within him, a longing he hadn't acknowledged in years. A longing the memories of his own failures, the weight of his childhood, the fear that had shaped him. All of it could be erased. Wasn't that what he wanted? Wasn't that what he had been fighting for? But then, a voice rose from deep inside him, one that wasn't the whisper. It was his own voice, his own will, reminding him of the one truth he had learned. Fear was not the enemy. It was the loss of self, the surrender to that which was foreign and corrupt. The entity was asking for more than his allegiance. It was asking for his soul. Castillo clenched his fists, his body trembling with the effort to push back against the temptation. "No," he said, the word heavy with finality. "I won't give you that. I won't give you what you want." The voice did not seem surprised, but there was a note of something darker beneath its calm. "Very well, Enrique, but remember, everything you are, everything you have fought for, is mine. You are nothing without me. I have been inside you since the moment you were born. I am your fear, your rage, your sorrow. You cannot escape me." A cold gust of wind swept through the room, and Castillo stumbled back, the walls seeming to close in on him. The shadows around him thickened, swirling like a storm. For a moment, he felt as if the entire room was shifting, bending to the will of the entity. His thoughts scattered, and for an instant Castillo feared that he might lose himself completely. But then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The wind ceased, the shadows receded, and the entity's voice faded into the distance. Castillo stood there, breathless, as the reality of what had just happened sank in. The entity had shown him its true nature, not just a predator, but a manipulator. It was the master of fear, of desire, of everything humans sought and feared. And yet, for all its power, it could be resisted. He had refused the pact. But at what cost? The room was still again. The shadows had dissipated, and the silence felt somehow wrong. Castillo wasn't sure if he had won or lost. The entity had retreated, but it had left him with a deeper question. How long could he hold out before it came for him again? For now, the entity was silent, but he knew it was only a matter of time before the whispers returned. He had made his choice, but the war was far from over. Chapter 9. The Battle of Minds. The moment Castillo rejected the entity's offer, he felt something shift in the air, a subtle yet significant change. It wasn't just a mental act of defiance. It was a challenge, a refusal to bow to something greater than him. He had survived its mental assaults before, but now, as he stood alone in the silence of his apartment, he felt something darker unfurling in the depths of his mind. It started slowly, like the beginning of a headache, dull and insistent. The walls seemed to close in around him, the shadows lengthening, growing like black tendrils creeping along the edges of his vision. He rubbed his temples, trying to ease the pressure, but it only grew stronger. The whisper had returned, now louder and more insistent, echoing within his skull, slipping into his thoughts like poison. "You can't escape me, Enrique," the voice crooned. "You are mine, and you always have been. All of this reality you cling to is a lie." Castillo closed his eyes tightly, trying to block out the words. His heart raced as his pulse thundered in his ears. He couldn't let the entity break him, not like this. He had rejected its offer. He had chosen his path. But the pressure mounting inside his head, the overwhelming sense of confusion, told him that the battle had only just begun. He staggered backward, almost falling into the chair behind him, his hands gripping the armrests tightly. The world around him began to spin. The room seemed to dissolve, the edges blurring as the shadows crept closer. Reality was slipping through his fingers. He could feel the line between what was real and what was not becoming thinner, dissolving, as if his mind was fracturing into 1,000 pieces. Then he heard it, the low, guttural sound of laughter, It was deep and twisted, reverberating in his skull like the echo of a bell in a vast, empty cavern. The sound was so alien, so devoid of humanity, that it made his skin crawl. "Do you understand now, Enrique?" The voice wasn't just in his ears, it was in his thoughts, his very being. "You cannot outrun me. I am a part of you. You cannot destroy me. I am the darkness inside you. I am. Your guilt, your shame, your anger, your fear. Every time you hide from me, you only make me stronger." The room seemed to shift. The walls melted, and Castillo was no longer in his apartment. He was somewhere else, somewhere cold and vast, a place of endless darkness. There was no sound but the echo of his own breathing, the sound of his heartbeat in his ears. The whispers faded, and in their place, something far worse began to form. A vision, no, a memory flashed before his eyes. It was his childhood home. He saw himself as a boy, no older than 6, standing at the foot of a dark staircase. The air was thick with fear, and he could hear his parents' angry voices shouting in the distance. His father's face flashed in his mind, hard, distant, filled with disappointment. His mother's expression was unreadable, as if she were already lost in her own world. The staircase creaked underfoot as young Enrique took a step forward. He felt the same unease he had all those years ago, the same suffocating dread that had filled his heart in the moments before he found himself alone, trapped in the silence of the house. His small hands trembled as he reached for the railing, his body frozen with fear. But then the voice came. "Look at what you've become. Look at the boy you left behind." The words sliced through him like a blade. And in that moment, the realization hit him he had never truly escaped. He had never truly faced the fear that had defined him. He had run from it, buried it, locked it away. But the entity it had always known. It had always been there, waiting, feeding on the darkest parts of his past. His childhood fears, his abandonment, his deepest insecurities, they had become the soil in which the entity grew. He wanted to look away, but the vision only grew stronger. He saw himself in the mirror, but it wasn't his reflection staring back at him. It was the child, the frightened, lonely child who had been left behind. The fear, the pain, the feeling of being lost and abandoned by the people who were supposed to protect him. Everything he had hidden away was surfacing now, dragged into the light by the entity's power. "You cannot hide," the voice whispered, and this time it was everywhere. "You will never escape." Castillo's heart raced as the darkness pressed in on him. His breath came in ragged gasps, and for a moment he felt himself breaking. Was this the end? Was he truly just a prisoner of his own mind? But as the dark tendrils reached for him, something within him snapped. He could feel it, his own will, stronger now than it had ever been. He wasn't the child anymore. He was Enrique Castillo, a man who had fought for his life, for his soul. His fear had no power over him unless he allowed it. "I am not you," Castillo whispered, his voice breaking through the shadows. "I am not that boy anymore." For a moment everything went still. The darkness wavered, then retreated. The memory, the vision, faded. He was back in the room, his apartment, the shadows once again lying still in the corners. But he knew now that this was no longer just a mental struggle. The battle had become something else, something far deeper. The entity had attacked his mind, his past, but Castillo had fought back. He had won, but barely. The battle was far from over, but Castillo had tasted victory, and in that moment, he understood the real fight had just begun. Chapter 10. The Last Whisper. The room was still, the air thick with the scent of fear. Castillo stood at the center, his heart pounding as if it were trying to break free from his chest. He had faced the entity's darkest assaults, the whispers, the visions, the suffocating darkness. But now, he knew it was time for the final confrontation. He could feel it in his bones, the coldness of the entity's presence. It was here. Enrique. The voice came again, but this time it was different. It was no longer an echo in his mind. It was a presence in the room, palpable and real, wrapping around him like a fog. He could hear the faint rustling of movement, the whisper of something ancient, something that had never belonged in the world of men. He closed his eyes, willing himself to remain calm. He had come too far to falter now. The shadows that had once seemed like ghosts at the edges of his perception now felt solid, as if the very air itself was alive with malice. The entity had been playing a long game, its tendrils weaving through every part of his life, his past, his fears, his memories. But now, it was time to end it. He had faced the darkness within himself, and in doing so had learned that the entity's greatest power was not in its supernatural strength, but in its ability to manipulate fear. "You've tried to escape me, Enrique." The voice crooned, softer now, coaxing. "But you cannot. Fear is your essence. It is who you are. You cannot destroy it. You cannot destroy me." Castillo's jaw clenched. The entity was trying to break him, to force him to admit that he was weak, that he had always been weak. It was using the one thing he had feared most, his own nature. But Castillo knew now. The entity was a parasite, a reflection of the darkness he had once tried to bury. It fed on his vulnerability, on the lie that he was incomplete without it. "No," Castillo said, his voice steady, his resolve hardening. "You don't own me. You never did." The entity laughed, but this time there was no warmth in it. It was a hollow sound, one that seemed to echo for miles, stretching out into infinity. "You think you can defy me?" it whispered. "You think you can overcome the darkness that has lived inside you for so long?" For a moment, Castillo was silent, feeling the weight of the entity's words pressing down on him. It was right in a way. The darkness had always been there, lurking beneath the surface. But that didn't mean it had to control him. He had learned to live with it, to face it, and now he would use it against the entity. "I don't fear you anymore," Castillo said, stepping forward, his voice low but unwavering. "Because I know what you really are. You're nothing but a reflection of my own mind, of every fear I've ever had. You can't hurt me anymore." The shadows recoiled, as if the entity itself had been struck. For a moment, the air seemed to crackle with tension, the temperature in the room dropping so suddenly that Castillo could see his breath. The walls flickered in and out of focus, as if reality itself was being torn apart by the force of the entity's anger. "You are wrong, Enrique," the voice hissed, its tone low and seething. "You still believe you have control, but you are mine. You always will be. I am everything you fear, every moment of doubt, every painful memory. I am your past, your regrets, your failures." Castillo's chest tightened as the memories rushed back, vivid and unrelenting. His father's cruel words, the feeling of being abandoned by his mother, the countless nights spent awake, staring into the dark, consumed by the terror that he would never be enough. But these were his memories, his pain, and they no longer had the power to control him. "You don't get to own my past," Castillo said, his voice growing stronger with each word. "You don't get to decide who I am. You're nothing but a shadow of my fears, and I am done hiding from you." With a roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the room, the entity surged forward, its form twisting and shifting, a monstrous shape of darkness and distortion. It was more terrifying than anything Castillo had ever seen, an ancient primal force that had devoured entire worlds before. It reached for him, its tendrils of shadow wrapping around him like a noose, pulling him into its grasp. But Castillo did not resist. Instead, he let it come. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and embraced the fear that flooded through him. He did not fight it. He welcomed it. He accepted it. The entity had no power over him unless he allowed it to. As the darkness wrapped around him, something inside him shifted. The shadows, the fear, the memories, they no longer felt like chains. They felt like fuel, something to be harnessed, not defeated. Castillo allowed the darkness to flow through him, to become a part of him. And in that moment, the entity faltered. "No," it whispered, its voice now trembling. "No, this is not how it's supposed to be. You cannot—" Castillo opened his eyes. The entity's form flickered and began to unravel. The shadows twisted violently, retreating from him, recoiling as if they had been burned by a light that came from within him. The fear that had once crippled him now became his greatest weapon. The darkness was still there, but it was no longer something to be afraid of. It was just a part of who he was. "I'm not your prisoner," Castillo said, his voice a low, powerful growl. "I never was." With a final deafening scream, the entity disintegrated into nothingness, the shadows dissipating like smoke in the wind. The room returned to normal, the air warmer now, lighter. Castillo stood alone in the stillness, his heart still pounding but filled with a sense of clarity he had never known before. The entity was gone. He had faced it, and for the first time, had taken control. The battle was over. As the silence settled around him, Castillo heard the faintest whisper, barely audible, but still there, soft and distant. "Remember, fear never truly dies." But it was just a whisper, a shadow of what had been. And Castillo knew deep in his soul that he had won.